Hello, can you see
Hello.
me?
Yeah.
'Cause I was on here, I was like, "Okay, I don't know if this is gonna work or not," because it's already thrown me off once before you even before you got on, so it's like, "Okay, we'll see how this goes."
Yeah, I was kinda figuring you was having problems.
Yeah,
I
because well, what it's been doing is that, yeah, I'll do okay, and then all of a sudden it wants to start kicking me out, and then I have to factory reset, and then I have to start all over again. So we'll just see. We'll see what happens.
It'll
That's
just
all
be
we can do.
excitement.
Yeah. Add to, the mystery of it all. Oh,
Right?
geez. So anyway, I was getting on here to even see if it was even gonna show me even being online, but I don't know if it's gonna do that even, so so
Oh,
I take it that I'm here. Hello, Marissa. There's somebody there, so I don't know. Well, they're gone now, I guess. I don't know. Oh gosh. So how's everything with you?
oh my god. It's been a day.
Oh no.
Boy,
Oh
when I got
no.
your text, I was like, "I will gladly sit and have a hen fest with you."
Well, that's whenever you said that, I was like, oh, okay. She must be ready. Oh gosh. Oh gosh. Oh, there I am.
Oh,
I'm on there, so I will see. Oh goodness. Well, I don't know. We'll see what happens. Hopefully everything will be good.
oh, man.
Yeah, because the last time I came on, I did all the things, I did the testing, I did all the things. And then Sam, of course, he hears me in here and he was like, "You can't just expect to go right on." I was like, "No, you told me what to do. You showed me what the numbers should be. That's what I did." And it's still messing with me. So, anyway, I
See?
was like, "So
Yep.
don't be, getting all over me whenever I did what you said to do?"
Yep.
So, anyway,
Hence
we're all
why I
good.
have
So
not
far, so good.
started doing anything on YouTube because that is my journey with, electronics.
Uh-huh. Yeah. Well,
I've never seen it
I
do
don't
that
know.
before.
Oh my gosh. Well, I mean, even with Jeanette there, with her getting the green screen, I was like, "Oh boy, what did she do?" Because it was just like, I don't even have anything for green screen, I don't think well, yeah, I think I might have it now.
Don't touch
I'm not
it!
touching it. I am not touching it. Because I never did do it before. "Hello, I'm new, so what are we doing around here?" "Well, we're chatting and crocheting." Um, so yeah, I think I do have it now, but before I did not. This is the first time I've seen it on mine. So,
Yeah, I've noticed a few other changes on YouTube, so maybe it's something like an updated thing or whatever.
right, okay, well, we're getting rid of that one because I don't know what the deal is with all that hoopla, but
Yeah.
never seen that person before in my life, but. Oh gosh. So anyway, I'm not touching it. Not gonna touch
No,
it.
it's like the little button that keeps saying, "Touch me, touch me."
Oh, it's like, "Ee, ee, I just wanna see." Oh gosh.
And the
Uh,
whole time she's like, "I don't know how to get it off." She's hitting other buttons, and I'm like, "Well, I guess we'll see where we're going from here."
and I told her, I was like, you would have to get all the way out." By that point,
Hi, Larry. Okay, stay it again. See, you're breaking up. Hey, Gwen, we're gonna need you tonight. Yeah, I can't hear you. You're all breaking up and everything. Yes, she got it. Maybe.
Yeah, and now I'm like going pixely.
Yeah, but
Am
I
I
couldn't hear
frozen?
nothing.
Oh gosh. Luna, you're gonna have to wait.
I know.
No, my connection.
Yeah, you're saying the words. You look like a Japanese movie where the lips move and then the words
Oh,
come
I'm
across.
sure I did. Well, I'm commenting to some of the people saying, "Oh, her phone's a ratchet." No, my connection is ratchet. Is it coming through any better?
You're still off sync.
No. Oh
Is he
gosh.
off sync on yours? Oh.
Oh, so good.
Okay, how about now?
Yeah, can you hear me now or no?
Yeah, now it's perfect.
Okay, because it like it like reset. Okay. Maybe we'll be okay now. And you know what? It took out a bunch of people that I'm okay with it taking out.
Right? Yeah, I told our helper she was gonna have to be on her toes tonight.
She might have to be, yeah, I don't know. We'll see. Maybe we'll just get it out and over with early. So
Right?
never know. Because some nights it starts out like that, and the rest of the night's fine, and it's just like little bits. Really, that's the worst it's been in a while for things being said.
Yeah.
Because it hasn't been like.
Yep. Oh yeah, that turned out good. I can't hear anything you're saying, but it turned out really good. No, you could be saying a lot of bad things and I wouldn't know. Maybe. I'm telling you, sometimes I really think the coat hanger with the aluminum foil might help.
Hey, I can set it up. I don't know. Can you understand what I'm saying right now or
I
no?
can now. Yes, and now you're coming in
Okay, because I
clear.
wonder if I'm just gonna have to. Yeah, I wonder if I'm just gonna have to factory reset,
I don't
which
know.
is a bad word stink. Maybe I'll just move my thingy. I'll move my thingy over to this side now, and we'll see what happens.
Okay.
See how far we get. And then I did get the rest of this chicken done, and so I do like it a lot better. I think with
I
the red and stuff, it looks really
mhm.
good.
Yep, I like that one too.
So, I mean, because I like this, but then it was like, okay, I really got to see it all together before I'm really, really going to be like, okay, I do like it. I really do like it because it just gives it more. It looks like a chicken. It looks like a chicken
Well,
now.
and I think
So,
using the red wings was a good choice. It set it up.
yeah, it's big. Yes.
Pulled it all together
With the black
basically.
and all that. Yes, it did. And that's what I felt like too. So, but then I have another thing that I made that I showed it to Whitney earlier and he was looking at me, which it's fine, but I don't know. I don't know what I'm going to do about their tails. I don't know. I did this little kitty. I found it on
Uh,
Pinterest and I thought it was really cute just for something easy and just for somebody even little with the no eyes, whatever. Well, then his tail. So whenever he goes to sit down, it's a little questionable.
it's very
So,
questionable.
do I want to
Yeah, I would do
tack his
that.
tail?
Oh, I would do that because
And that's what Whitney said too. He
I
was like, because I told him, I said, I want to know your thoughts. I'm not trying to be naughty and I'm not trying to be nothing, but I said,
and
there's going to be somebody that's going to make a comment.
that's it
So
exactly
that's what
because
I wanted to do.
yeah, that's exactly what'll happen. It won't be meaning anything dirty, but that one person is going to come in
Yeah.
and hopefully it won't be drunk and it'll be a whole spectacle because guess what I've
Yes.
encountered?
Yeah. So I told him, I said, I may want to tack his tail just to kind of even peek out somehow, like to the side, maybe or something. And he was like, yeah, that would probably be a good idea. And I was like,
Yeah.
okay, I'm
If
gonna
he was
ask opinion tonight.
yeah, if he was more of a round body, I'd say don't worry about it. Just
Yeah,
make sure you set him
yeah,
right when you set him down. But being
right.
flat like that, I think
Yes.
I would tack it.
And I mean, I was just like, didn't think anything about it when I was doing it. And then
Right?
whenever I went to sit it down just to see and be like, oh, how do I want to take a picture? Whenever I get ready and whatever, it's like, oh, no.
Yep.
I don't think that's a good idea. So, but it does have it has like the cute little stripes on the back and stuff. I thought
Yeah.
that was kind of cute, you know. So, but anyway, I liked them because they were super simple and like for little people, you know, they're not going to have the eyes and stuff on it. It's all the embroidery and everything. It's just something super simple, and I'm not gonna. They it didn't hardly cost me anything to make either. So anyway, I wouldn't guess who wants outside again. So
Maybe you start rewarding her for staying inside.
well, you know,
If
we've
you
tried
go
that.
potty beforehand, and then if you stay inside,
Oh,
thank you.
well, that's just the thing. Every time I do it before we get on, and then ultimately it's like, oh no, you're going online now, so I can go outside. Okay. I'm like,
Yeah.
yeah, okay, whatever. Stay where I can see you. And Whitney already had to drag in or drag away whatever it was she drug up from the road earlier this afternoon. Because she had been barking, and I was like, I didn't even know what she was barking at until I looked out, and there was something in the road that had gotten hit. Well, it was a giant rabbit. I mean, it was a good sized rabbit. And all of a sudden, I see her like running up to the door again to come inside, flopping rabbit hanging out of her jowls, and I'm like, oh boy. So he had to take care of that because I wouldn't let her back out until he came home and took care of that. So
Oh, it's gonna be one of those nights. I sat here for the longest time going, I don't even know what I want to work on. Nothing is appealing to me anymore at this point.
Well, you had to work so hard to get, you had a goal and you met your goal. I am so proud of you. And, so you were working your little hiney off.
I know, but I got
So now,
two orders I need to get done, and I'm just like,
yeah, yeah. Well,
and
I
I
got
was
that
gonna,
one bigger order done, and I got it delivered to her because it was like I just need to do it now, get it all done, get it delivered to her. Because even whenever I got back to her, it was like a day or so late, well, a couple days later, I guess. And I said, I'm gonna have everything ready for you on Tuesday if you want, if you want to go ahead and she was like, oh, that was fast. But it was just the little, the bunnies and the chicks and that
right,
possum. So it didn't take me that long to do. Plus, I already had chicks made up, so I just needed to put bows on their head. So I'm glad that I made extra things. So then I had them done.
right.
And then I had somebody message me on Facebook today, and it wasn't a real person, and um wanted to know if one of my chickens was still available, and I went to look because I always go in to see if I can see the profile, make sure they're legit and all that. Well, there was no picture, no nothing. So I just ignored it. I didn't even reply, but of course they could see that I had read it.
Uh-huh.
And so then I get a bunch of question marks. And I'm like, I'm still not replying to you. So I just went ahead and reported it and blocked it because I knew that it wasn't legit.
Uh-huh.
And I get so tired of that, But at least I know and I know what to do and just be done with it. But I did find a pattern of something that I do want to try. It was for little slugs. Have you seen the slugs? I thought they looked cute for something different. So I don't know. I have some of that. I have some of that Bernat blanket yarn still left over that's more the fuzzy type, or whatever.
Yeah.
I just don't
Yeah.
have that real big chunky kind. So I think that's what I'm going to use that. And I'm going to try to make some of those to use up that yarn. And then I'll be done with
That's
it. It'll be gone.
Yep, that's what I did. That, and I had a little snail pattern. And basically
Oh, yeah.
all it is just you make the head, and then it makes like a tube and cut and decreases down at the end. But after you make the head, you change color for what you want your shell, and then it just goes however long. They're usually about like
Mhm.
that, and you decrease at the very end, and then you just take him and you roll him all the way up
Rolling that up. Okay.
to the head. Now, I always take a big needle and I shove it all the way through multiple times to hold it in place because it's, that big yarn. It's kind of,
Right.
you need to hold it in or it'll start relaxing out. So I'll do that
Yeah.
at least 3 times. And sometimes I may not go all the way up, up through it. I might like go halfway and come out and then work it back down in through there. And then I make sure the head
Right.
is tacked up against it. I don't have any.
Right.
We sell them for like
You
$3
sold
a
them out.
piece.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, right. Yeah.
Yeah, because you're just using your little bitty scraps on them. So
Right.
if
Right.
you got a $40 item or two $30 items out of your skein, why not take the
Oh,
little
right.
tidbits and put them out there for
Mhm.
I think it takes,
Yep.
I don't even know if it takes 10 minutes to make them.
Right. Right. And that's the thing, even with making those little slugs, then I'll be able to use
Uh-huh.
scrap even for the head part, with what I've got to go with what, with the blanket yarn. And even with, that fox that I had that I made, even with me doing like I started the bear, but I'm not going to try to do it on here because whatever. I won't be able to pay attention to anything else. But
Right.
it also has the bear, it has a deer and a rabbit, a raccoon, and it seemed like there was one more, but maybe that's it. But no bigger than they are, I can use up some of my scrap with that too. And that's what they are. They're a rag doll, is what they call
Right.
them. So
Right.
And that's, yeah, so I'm just trying to find other things too to use up acrylic and to use up other things that I don't really have any other use for. And like you said, yes, these bigger skeins that I have that I call scrap, I know they're not legit scrap. But for me, it kind of
Still
is
funny to
because I'm not
harass
going to
you.
use it, you know? I know. But the thing is, it's true. I don't, what else am I going to use it for? Because
No,
it's like what I originally, and so then it's like, okay, I have several things that I can make now.
exactly.
So, but yes, but
And
it
that's
is
what I
funny.
use on a lot of our, okay, like here I got a pig done. This one.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, that's cute.
Is it really?
That's cute. No, it is. It's all different colors. And
Okay,
some
but
little kid is gonna love it.
yeah, I don't know. It's one of those. He's so ugly, he can't help but make you smile.
He deserves love all the same.
That's
He
right,
deserves
my God.
love.
Look, and he's even got a little curly tail.
Oh my gosh. We see. He's adorable. He is adorable.
So these are yarns that I had gotten. I know what I bought the one yarn for, but I don't know what I got this multicolored one. But instead of just getting rid of it or whatever, this is what I took it and turned it into.
Right.
So or
And
if I have, like, say I have a leftover skein from a project, you know how that goes. You always aim high. Then this is the
yep.
kind, what I turn it into is just different stuff like this. He's just making you
Right.
smile. See, he's so ugly you can't help but smile at him.
He is not. He's cute.
Uh, he definitely would be cuter in pink.
Well, you
You
can do
know,
one in pink too.
well, and this is it's a peach color, but for some
Oh
reason
yeah.
it worked up like a white. But
Yeah.
I don't have it. Yeah, I do have it. Hang on.
Oh. Okay.
See how peach that is? I mean,
Oh
that's
yeah, it
skin,
does look peachy. It does
yeah,
kind of look peachy on this end too.
it's a skin tone peach,
Yeah.
and you can't tell it. Where on like all the others, whatever color I used as the second strand, that's the undertone that like the blue one was blue, the pink one. And
Right.
so I thought, okay, he's a little pig. We'll use the peach color for him. It
Right.
looks like white,
Huh.
but I was already committed, so I wasn't changing it.
Right. Right.
So
Oh, I don't blame you. I don't blame you. Hey, Lyndon. How are you?
I'm not getting the comments. I don't know how to fix that problem. Yeah, I don't.
She's not getting the comments?
I'm not getting the comments, and I
Oh,
don't know. Oh,
okay.
wait a minute. There it goes. There it goes.
Okay.
I thought it was really weird. Anyway, you missed the one with the what the point is. I can give you a point.
Well, no, I seen it, but I was ignoring it. And
Ah,
because I very much wanted to say something, but I did
yeah.
not.
Well, see, they weren't scrolling up for me. I don't know if
Oh, yeah.
I don't know. So I
Yeah.
thought, wow, I can't believe nobody's has made any more rude comments or anything.
Right. Right. Oh, no, I seen it. I was just ignoring it.
Okay, so I finished this one today. He had to kind of sit in timeout for a little bit because his head wouldn't sew on right.
Oh,
And
yeah.
then here's the cream of the prize. Can you see it?
Oh, my gosh. And you attached them all to it?
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. I have not ever seen anything like that before.
This one, I got him kinda, you know how they hide under the wing? So
Yes.
I got him a little taller. I
Oh my
really
gosh,
I
that is
don't know if
so
it's actually
good.
supposed to be this big.
No, I love it. It is so cute, Lenore. You did such a good
Oh,
job on that.
I
That is
know,
really
I did.
cute.
When I seen
That
it, I
is
was like,
really
"Oh,
cute.
don't buy any more patterns. You can figure this out." And then I said, "I'll buy the pattern." It went on sale or something, I don't know. Anyway, but they don't, um in the pattern, they don't look any bigger than the Mabel chickens, but
Yeah,
this is way of course, I like the size better for this.
yeah.
And then it had the little babies. Well, they didn't attach the little babies, they just had them set and separate, and I
Oh,
just kept
said
thinking
now.
about how
Okay.
cute that would be, because an
Yes.
adult's gonna buy this. No little
Oh, yeah.
kid's gonna come it's gonna
Oh,
be an
yeah.
adult, so
It will. Yeah, it will.
I was like, "I'll
Yeah,
just
you'll fill
attach
that.
them on there."
Yes. Yeah.
So, yeah, that's why
Good
I was like,
job.
"Wait till you see the chicken I'm got going."
Right?
I was a little
Yeah, that is
concerned for a
really
bit.
good.
It just kept getting
Yeah.
bigger and bigger, and I thought, "Maybe something's not right here."
Right. Oh, yeah. I know those patterns. Sometimes I feel the same way. And again, I just keep thinking, okay, trust the process. Like you guys, like we're always saying on here, trust the process, trust the process. And I'm like, oh boy.
Hmm. Well, they don't a lot of new patterns, they don't even give you a guesstimate on what size you're
Right.
'cause you can change it all so much. Well, okay, can you kinda just give me an idea what you shot for? Because your picture's what got my attention, but
Right.
and so it didn't
Well,
have
can
any
you,
it Huh?
well, you would think, I mean, a lot of times people will at least give you the measurements of what theirs was. But then they will also go on and say it depends on what yarn you choose to use, what size of hook you use. So, but at least the majority, it seems, let's say half, will at
I was
least
gonna
give
say
you a
it's
measurement.
less than that because 'cause I've got quite
I'm
a few
benefit
patterns
of the
that
doubt here, you
Yeah.
know, just to give an estimate of, yeah, not everybody does it, and it is frustrating because then you don't know, you don't have
Well, and
anything to gauge by. So,
that used to be like a standard part of your pattern,
yes, yeah,
You could always put
right,
approximately, but
right,
well,
right.
you'll just keep that in my mouth and not say that.
Oh
It was
gosh.
trying to come out, it wasn't gonna work, it was just gonna hold on to that one.
Oh boy. Yeah.
I'm
Well.
telling you, it's been a day. I don't think
Oh.
Yeah, I think the only thing I got done was sewing that pig together. I don't think I've actually crocheted anything today.
Oh my gosh. Yeah. Well,
Oh, no,
I
I did.
did. I got my ballerina done. So, and I just had the embroidery stuff on my cats to do, but and then I tried to get some cleaning done and whatever, and because I think I am going to have Gray next week at some point. And as soon as we got there, of course, the other night, that's the first thing. He was like, Grammy, am I going to your house tonight and stay? And I was like, no, buddy, we're staying here. So at different times he'd mention it, and it was like, are we going to end up bringing him home with us? Because if he would have really been like just pushing it, I couldn't have told him no. But he never did say any more about it or anything. So I told Seth, I said, we can try to get him sometime next week, like around Wednesday, Thursday ish, and then try to pick out a time in the weekend, Saturday or Sunday to get him back home. So,
Yeah.
because it's been it's overdue for him to come and spend some time here. And Seth even
Right.
keeps saying, that child needs to come to the farm. He needs to go to the farm. He needs farm time. And which, yeah, I mean, I think he's ready for a break from all the
Yeah.
doings and chaos and all the things too. And so it'll be good for him to come and spend some time with us. So then he mentioned, he was like, it's just Gray, right? And I was like, at this point in time, yes, I am not ready to bring Ev too. She's gonna have to get a little bit bigger, maybe. I don't know. I said, because I'm not quite, I don't know. I just don't know
Now,
about that yet.
yeah. He's testing the waters to see how close is he?
Right. So at their house, I'm fine because that's their territory and we have our routine there and everything. But here, and her here too. I mean, she's good. Don't get me wrong. She's way easier than what Gray was. But
Right.
still, I'm just kind of like, I don't know. It takes her a minute, because she is just she's just different personality, and it just takes her a minute to warm up. But then after that, then she's fine. But the funny thing is, it'll take her a minute, but as soon as Seth leaves the room and she's just left with me and Papa, then she's walking to me, But if she has if she has mom or dad in the room, it's like, yeah, I'm gonna go to them first.
Right.
Until she does get warmed up, and then after that, then she's like always want me to hold her or play with her or do and whatever. And that used to kind of bother me in there a little bit because I was like, I wasn't with her as much as what I was with Gray. I saw Gray like all the time. I was always up there, it seemed like, with him. But with her, it just didn't work out that way. But like Annie said, she knows you or she wouldn't have anything to do with you because she's just that way. So,
Well, and some of them just like to play it that way too.
well, yeah. So as she gets older, it'll be different, maybe. So we'll see. And Gray, he doesn't think anything about it, but he's older too. I mean, he's getting ready to turn 4, so oh, and we got good news yesterday at the specialist. We don't have to go
Yes.
back until September. So that's good.
Yeah.
Um because all of his blood work that came back and everything, he seemed to be happy with. The doctor was happy with. Um I know he kept asking, have you basically, how many times have you been back to the hospital or to the ER? And it was like, we haven't. And he asked us that more than once. And I was like, why does he seem to not believe that we've not had to go back to the
Right.
hospital? So, but anyway, so yeah. I'm glad of that we don't have to do that until September. So,
Well, that's good.
which I kind of figured that it was going to be that way because we never got any phone calls like that they were concerned about anything. And even since we had to cancel the one appointment because of weather and everything, I thought, well, if there was anything that pressing, they probably would have been calling or something, but they never did. So,
Well, I think I have made it as far as I can on this project. Black yarn, and I don't have my overhead light,
oh gosh, yeah. Well,
which is
you're
not a
brave on
big deal
that
except
because
for, well, I'm trying to find that back loop. And
yeah.
Is he asleep? Yes. Turn that on and see if it helps. Otherwise, I gotta figure out something else to do. Yeah, a little bit. Thank you.
I mess up. No, I didn't. Yes, I did. Where did I mess up?
See?
Okay.
So, did you see the oh, ice, snow, whatever, the next morning? Did you get to see it before it melted off? Did you get any of that?
No, the only thing that we saw ice, snow, anything was on our way home yesterday. It was wanting to spit at us yesterday on the way home.
Okay. Well, here it just straight. I mean, that's all it really was just straight line winds, just nonstop. It wasn't really. I mean, it would gust harder, but it was like a continuous
Oh wow.
straight wind, right? But it was also
Yeah.
raining and then it turned into snow. And when I went out the next morning, it was so cool because the wind blowing so constant, it looked like it had ripples. Like like you see at the edges of
Oh my gosh.
beaches or whatever,
Right. Yeah. Yeah.
That's what it looked like, was little ripples
Oh
and
wow.
waves. It was frozen that way.
Oh wow. That would have
Yeah.
been interesting.
Yep.
That would have
It
been
was
something to see.
cool.
No, I didn't get to see that.
I took a picture
I
of it,
don't
but
know that we. You
you
can't
can't
see it.
really tell it. I mean, you can see it, but you gotta know what you're looking at. Otherwise, you're just like, "Oh, that's a nice picture of the ground."
Right.
But I thought that was just really neat that it froze with the ripples in it because the wind was such a consistent, you know,
Yeah.
wind. I don't know what you'd say. It was constantly
Right.
blowing.
Right. Well, I know different times and different areas that we were passing through yesterday on our way home. It would be spitting kind of like a little bit between a snow and a rain and not really a
Uh-huh.
sleet, but it was just, and then it would stop and then we'd have like 30 minutes or so of nothing and then it would start again. So it was definitely colder up there than it was here. Okay, I'm hearing a helicopter again. I'll be right back and check on Lou. At least that helicopter didn't sound like it was going to land on my roof this time. But that one night, I'm not kidding. That one night, that one helicopter that me and Randy were talking about, that one night on the live that he heard too, where he's at. We never did really find out what it was. They said something about that it possibly was military stuff or whatever, but it
Right.
seriously was so low because I thought, well, maybe it's just medevac because we do have a hospital, that is within line of certain times when something happens if a medevac has to come through. So that doesn't surprise me sometimes whenever that happens because we're about 20-ish minutes away, something like that, to the hospital that they do a lot of medevac type stuff. But I don't know. It wasn't a medevac that night, I don't think, because it was just and it was all over all over Facebook. People talking about it too.
Yeah.
I wonder what it was, but oh, she's actually in there eating her food. That's amazing. I didn't give her a cookie. So she's in there
Yeah.
eating her food. She's probably gonna get mad. It's like, no, I'm not gonna keep giving you cookies because that's probably the only reason why you wanted to go out.
That's why I said what I did.
Right? I know. But it's just a habit that we, made with her because honestly, we would have trouble getting her to come back in, And
Yeah.
so to reward her during her potty training, which, she's 8 years old now, so she's well past potty training. And it always worked. But now she just expects it every time. And it's like, I really am trying to not do it every time. But I'm not always good at following my plan.
Right?
Because it's just habit for me too,
Well, yeah, you're 8
So,
years into it.
right. Oh. And I know everybody here, she's spoiled, she spoils her, and all this. And I was like, oh, you people don't even know the half of it. This dog, yes, she is spoiled, but not near the spoilage of so many people that I know that have pets.
Right.
She is not in comparison to a lot of them.
There ain't been nobody else saying anything, is there?
Uh-uh.
I was, yeah.
Not that I have seen.
I was talking code to
No.
somebody in the room.
Talking cow.
I'm getting hand signals.
Oh my
And
god.
she's like, I was trying not to say anything.
Oh my
I don't
god.
know. But I wasn't getting the comments before, so I'm just kind of
Right,
like,
right,
are we getting them or not?
right,
Nobody's talking tonight.
right. I know because usually people at least say something. It's like, hello, anybody out there? I can see there's plenty of people
Probably
on, but it's like
just let
nobody's
the rooms
talking.
talk. They're the old party lines. You get on there and listen to the
Right,
people talk.
right.
Okay, I made it around. I might survive.
Oh, there you
But
go.
I don't know if that's big enough or not. This yarn turned out
Oh,
it's
hello,
thinner than
Jeanette.
what I thought it was.
Yeah.
Oh, there's Jeanette. She'll talk.
Well, that's for those cats that I did. I had like it's black, but it's gray. It has more of a gray to it.
Or boomer conversations.
Oh gosh. Well,
Yeah, a little generation off, but it's okay.
right. But yeah. Eavesdropping.
Well, it's all right. Ain't nothing been said that wouldn't be said elsewhere.
Right, exactly.
And it has saved us from not having to stop and look at the comments. Or somebody
Right.
getting mad because they said hi 100 times and we still didn't shut up long enough to answer them.
All those needy people out there. I shouldn't have said that
I
maybe
just thought
either,
it
but
would,
it's true.
yeah. I just thought it was kinda odd. We've never had them do that.
Right?
Was gonna try to get we'll just call it a car, 'cause it's one
Uh-huh.
of those things, everybody's got a different name for it. Cleaned out because
Right.
I hadn't taken anything out from the oh my god, I didn't take anything out from the last weekend's event, 'cause why? You know?
Uh-huh.
And we get
Right.
almost to the grocery store to get our monthly groceries, and I'm like, "How good are you guys?"
Gonna have to do some Tetris.
And yeah, and I wouldn't have even thought of it then, but I seen one of the totes kind of go like this in the rearview mirror, and I thought, "What in the world?"
Oh, yeah.
Oh my gosh. We got it all in there, and the grandkids, but we got it all in there, but
Right.
I gotta
Well, I
take
had an
all
Aldi
of
pick
Huh?
well, I had an Aldi pickup the one day after I had one of my markets, and well, it was before the market, and I had my car packed up, and it was like, "Oh, crap." And I did the pickup. And it was like, so the girl comes out and she was like, "Where would you like me to put this?" I said, "Well, you're gonna have to put it in my back seat." Because I said, "I'm full of market stuff in the back." And I was like, "Sorry about that. I wasn't even thinking about that." So yeah.
Right.
At least I had it to where everything was just packed in the back and it wasn't so much that I had to lay the seats down. So she could put everything in that back seat. So I was like, whew, that saved me.
Well, I had 2 in the back. Well, the very back seat was folded down, and then in the middle seat, there
Uh-huh.
was 2 sitting in between there, and we had a tote in between them.
Oh no.
Oh my gosh. We made it work, though.
Mm.
But I gotta
Yeah,
take
well
all
that's
of that
good.
out so I can take that very back seat out to make
Oh
enough
yeah.
room for everything that we have to, take to the next one, because the next one's a 2-day event.
Oh, right, right.
And so, I mean, we'll be coming home each
In
day,
between. Yeah,
but I
yeah.
really don't. I have a bad habit of I'll take stuff, and then when I come back, I'll load more stuff, and I forget that it all has to come home at one time.
Yeah.
So
I
let's not do that.
yeah.
We'll just
I hear you.
and I have to remember to leave one of the middle seats up because we'll have an extra passenger going down the second day.
Gotcha. Yes, yes.
I've already done that one too. Forgot I was gonna have somebody riding back with us, and I filled it all the way
Right.
full, and then it was like, "Oh."
Right. How are we gonna do this?
Right?
Hello, Crafty.
So, I don't know, and I just keep trying to figure out what all I actually want to take for setup.
Right. Well, I have already like been going through stuff and kind of putting things together of what I think that I want to take for this one that I'm going to do in March, I think. So, and I just like I said, I'm trying to make it as simple as possible but be worth it, you know. And so yeah, I'm
It's
trying. I'm trying.
Yeah, it's gonna end up being a little carrying bag for a doll. The doll's probably about like that tall, and then she sits down in there, and it's got a little strap on it, and then little kids can carry her around,
Hey, cute.
which is another way to use up your scrap yarn because this is black sparkly. What do you make with black sparkly thin yarn?
Right.
I don't know. Little
Yeah.
doll
Hey.
bags because girls like
Right.
sparkles.
Yes. That's what I was gonna say. A little girl's gonna like it for the sparkle, you know.
Well, and I do have to remember to do boy colors because one
Yeah.
little boy bought a dinosaur and he wanted a bag to carry it in so bad that he was gonna buy
Oh,
one of the purses, and his dad's like, "You know that's a purse, right?" And he's like, "But I'm gonna put my dinosaur in it," which dad was okay with him doing
yeah.
that, but, it was just kinda
Right.
like, as long as you know what that
Right.
is. And I thought,
Yeah.
that's something I need to be mindful of is to make sure that I have a wide variety of colors, and I don't have as many of these
Right.
made as what I have dolls made.
Yeah.
So I thought, well, this I can do without thinking about. So I
Hey,
don't spend
Randy.
all my time. Hi, Randy.
Right.
It was a hat.
I saw that. I was like, oh,
Well,
okay. Well,
you know what? You could very probably use it for a hat on a doll because this is all the bigger it's gonna be across.
right. Yeah.
And then it'll, because that's the bottom. And then it'll shape up, I don't know, probably about that tall. But you could very, very easily take this pattern because, like, see where the edge comes up here? I could stop there, come straight across, and then just keep going back, and I would have like a little Charlie Brown hat or something.
Right. Right.
Oh, the ideas I never write down to become rich and famous.
Oh, I know. Shoot. Shoot. Because there's sometimes it's like, oh, well, I remember I kind of had similar idea back in the day or whatever. And it's like, I could have been a millionaire.
Right?
But it's like, well, guess not. Wasn't meant to be.
Nope. I'll just keep plugging along.
Right.
Probably couldn't handle the fame if I got it.
Oh, gosh. Well, thank you, Crafty. Oh. How are you doing this evening, Randy?
Hmm.
I'm so happy you all are online. I've been watching my cousin's kids and they're being awful tonight. Oh my goodness, Randy. Are you gonna have to put your foot down?
I thought you were back home. You need to make up your mind where you are.
Well, he had family that was coming to him though, so they may have come to him.
Oh, okay. I missed that part then because I'm like, wait a minute. You came back. Now you're back. Wait, I'm lost.
All right.
He's such a travel bug. It's hard to keep up with him.
Right. Everybody's hungry.
Shh. You know what happens when that starts? Then you start thinking about it. You're not hungry. You're bored. Find something to do.
Right. Here.
I believe it is actually bedtime. So you're not bored, you're tired, and you're trying to stay awake, and eating is a good excuse to stay awake because you're hungry. Go to bed.
Right.
I think that's about the time they
Mm.
fall to the floor and die because, oh, they're
Right.
starving to death.
I just passed out. I'm dying. I've got so many leftovers and nobody wants to make anything. I said, you push a button on a microwave. Oh gosh.
That's the best part about leftovers. Nobody has to make
Yeah,
anything.
exactly.
Set it all out on the table like a buffet, slap a spoon in it. They put everything on their plate because then they think they got a meal.
Right? Oh my gosh, we were raised on leftovers. We always had leftovers. And I mean, we always have leftovers here too. And it's like even making something out of what I already made sometimes that makes some yummy stuff sometimes. I bet
Yeah.
you two love Cracker Barrel. Well, you know what, Elon? Best.
I
I
bet
actually
you're right
do.
too, but their service sucks anymore, so I'm boycotting. It's very, very depressing.
Well, my local
And I
Cracker
want
Barrel
the
isn't that
table by
bad.
the fire. That's what I want. I don't care if it's 100 degrees outside. I want the table by the fire.
That's the only reason I'm going, right?
Right? Sit me by that cold, drafty ass window and you got a fire going.
Oh my gosh. Well, there's been so many times though that we have went and they don't have it going. Can
See?
boy do crochet? Crochet boy. Crochet boy. Okay. Yes, boys can crochet. There's nothing wrong with that.
I have grandsons learning to crochet just so they can sit with grandma and do things with her.
Right.
They don't know that there's any stigma against it.
Right. And there shouldn't
That
be.
and they like money.
I
And
like
they
money.
have grown up and seeing that makes money. May not
Right.
be a lot of money, but to a little kid it is.
Right. Praise God, their mom comes in 10 minutes, and if she don't come, I'm going to jail. Oh, hang in there, Randy. It'll be all right. You got 10 minutes. It'll be all right. I know 10 minutes is going to feel like 20 years, maybe, but it'll be all right.
They'll calm down if you calm down.
Right. Oh, gosh. I love me some Cracker Barrel. I'm a fat man. Oh, my goodness.
You know what? They used to have a Brussels sprout and kale salad there. Oh my
Oh,
god.
yeah. Yes. Yes.
Yeah, with the
Yes.
cranberries in it. That was a
Yes.
sad day when they took that off the menu. I almost boycotted then.
Well, and I remember that because that was one thing that Whitney really liked from there because he's not a real big Cracker Barrel fan. And he is better than what he used to be. He doesn't mind it as much, but we haven't been in a while either. But that kale salad, he absolutely loved it. And it was good. And then we
Yep.
go back, didn't have it. And I'm like, are you kidding me?
Now it's something that I don't know. I don't know as how I'd want to eat it all the time. So it was like the special treat to get it from there because nobody
Right.
else will eat that stuff
Oh, yeah.
with me, so to speak.
Yeah.
And so that's what I would get there every time. And then I was good
Yeah.
till because we didn't eat there a lot. That was more
Yeah.
of the once in a great blue moon we would go there.
Right. We mainly go if we're traveling or if somebody requests it for like their birthday or something, you know. Or if me and some of my girlfriends or something want to go, we'll go occasionally and eat there too, you know. But I do like it. I like to shop around in there even sometimes just to see what they got, the cute stuff. I just like to look at it.
I like their clothes.
Yes, I do too. And I have gotten a few things from there,
Mhm.
but I always go. I go to the clearance rack. I go to the clearance rack first, and then go from there. Every place to eat anymore has such little help. You are right, Randy. It's kind of like that around here. Some of our places have had to close on some days because they don't have help. And you
Well,
go and
and
there'll be a
okay,
sign, you
I
know.
should say it's not necessarily that the help well, yeah. It's not necessarily the people working, it's the fact that you order something and they were getting to where, "Oh, we're out of that. We're not making any more. We're out of this. We're not
Right.
making any more." One time we sat out there, I don't know, a reasonable amount of time. Here comes one plate and not the other.
Ah,
"We didn't have what you ordered. Would you like to order something else?" And I took my plate and I slid it back to him and I said, "And you can take that back to the kitchen. And when her meal is done, you can bring it back to me." I sure figured
yeah.
they'd probably spit it, but the longer I sat there, the madder I got, and finally I was just like, "You know what? You couldn't come out before you fixed that meal and tell us she needed to order something else. You can keep your
Right.
meal. We're leaving." And I got up and left. After making sure that
Right.
the lady that behind me said I was rude, I pointed out to her proper etiquette. You don't bring one plate and not the other. That's rude.
Right.
And she shut up. Wouldn't say anything. I was
Right.
like, "Hmm." Because we would go that was our thing is we would go Christmas shopping, and that's where we
Mhm.
would eat while we were out Christmas
Right.
shopping. So,
Right.
you
Yeah.
know, and I was not real happy because, yeah. So we just
Well,
got
you
up and we left. I don't even remember where we ended up eating at because I was like, "Yeah, I'm done." And that's the last time I stepped foot in a Cracker Barrel.
oh, wow. Yeah. Yeah. I don't know, sometimes, yeah, there's just they don't
Think it
handle
out,
things well
boys.
sometimes at different places, so
Well, if you know you can't fix one meal, why didn't they come out as soon as they discovered they
soon
didn't
yes,
have
I
that
agree.
instead of
I
waiting?
agree.
I
Yeah.
would have been way more understanding had they come back out and been like, "Hey, we just found
Oh,
out we
yeah.
don't have this,"
Right.
you know?
Yeah. And that's what I said, you know, some places they just don't handle things the best, you know? And really that should have been yeah, they should have handled it better and been out
Yeah.
there and said something as soon as they found out because there was no reason why they couldn't, you know?
Nope. And it wasn't our waiter or waitress that came out and did it. It was an actual member of management. So,
That was it.
uh-huh. I had a feeling I got to talking and I messed that up somehow. Hmm. I don't know if this is working out or not, but I guess as long as the stitch count's okay.
Lenora, do you happen to have one of those newfangled TVs that they call them? You know, a TV. Do you have one of those?
Um, yeah.
Well, look at the comments. That's why I'm saying that.
Oh. Mm.
You know, those things. You know.
Them newfangled dangled talking things. God, you're gonna really get me
Those
going
talking
now.
boxes. Those talking
There you go.
boxes
I
that they
couldn't think
got.
of what they called it. Don't mess with me when I'm trying to make sure my stitches are right. I couldn't think of the words. It's like God.
Oh
I
gosh.
know this is something's not.
Okay, the kids are gone. You got a break.
Great. Now he's gonna go to sleep in the chair.
I was gonna say, yeah, he's gonna be ready for a nap. Oh gosh.
Televisions. Hmm. Just don't think that's right. No, I know it's not.
Well, crazy koala, I'm working on a chevron blanket. Just a scrap. Want to use up my scraps, so
I'm just making a little bag to put a doll in. Little carrying bag or whatever.
yes, I'm ready for a nap.
I would have sympathy for you, but that's the way my whole day has been. That and my sympathy button's broken, so it just don't work anyway.
Oh no. I'm making a soap saver, but I think it hates me. Oh no, Tiffany. Is it causing you fits? I'll let you answer that, Lenora.
Yeah, I know. Let me think on that for just a minute. Because first off, I have yarn, not string, so I guess that totally voids out all of that. And excessive. Last year alone, I made over 607 items out of my excessive yarn. Money-wise, I couldn't tell you. I don't remember what the dollar amount count was. So there you go.
Right.
Oh, and just a little FYI, that's not all of it.
Right. I'm gonna say if you think that's excessive,
We won't tell about the other.
right.
We don't
Right.
talk about Bruno. I'm gonna start calling it that.
Oh my gosh. Oh gosh.
Yes, I make them. Well, Jonna does too, and we go to different events that have vendors. Some are craft shows, some are festivals and different stuff, and we sell them there. Like this weekend, I have a 2-day event coming up, and I'm taking 2 big, long totes, and I'm trying to remember how many I got. 5 or 6 of your medium-sized totes full
Right.
of product to
Right.
set up and sell.
Right. Yep. Yeah, because we actually, even though it's, partly we enjoy it and it's relaxing or whatever, it's actually an income for us too. So, but there are some people that just do it for enjoyment too, and they choose not to do, markets and things and whatever, and that's good, fine too. Because there are a lot
Well,
of people that do like charity type stuff though too,
yeah.
but so.
And I basically started doing events because I was filling my house up with the finished products.
Right,
So why
right,
not?
right. You went to Joann's and stocked up, I take it, Tiffany.
Right.
So how much do people pay for a chicken made of string?
Okay. Did you see this one? This one here is going to be $30. In some places, I guarantee you they will charge more than $30 for this
Yeah,
because it's the size and the little chicks. Somebody could probably get 45, $50 out of it if you're in the right area for that.
area, right. Yep.
Yeah. I mean, it's really depends on where you live, what
Mhm.
your economy, because like I can go to one area and I can sell something for $10, but then I can turn around and travel maybe an hour a different direction and sell it for $20. So just really, you got to
Right.
learn your areas and what the income spending levels are and that kind of stuff.
Yep.
Um, I honestly don't know. Couple hours, 3 hours. I don't know. I don't time it because then I become obsessed with the time. It's no longer about let's make something. It's about, well, I did it in 10 minutes. Let's see if I can do it in 7.
Right.
And that kind of
And then
sets your
you push yourself and then you tend to make more mistakes. I mean, for
you
me
make more
anyway,
mistakes. Or maybe
and
maybe you really
it's not as
enjoyed
relaxing.
Yeah, maybe you really enjoyed making it and it felt like just an hour, but when you put the clock to it, it was 3 hours. Now you're just like,
Mhm.
"Okay, now I gotta
You
charge
stress
more because
yourself
it took
out on it.
3 hours to do it," that
Yeah,
where did my day
right,
go? 3 hours in a
right,
chicken. But it very, very easily by the time I made these, I mean, these didn't take no time, but it's
right,
what, maybe 10 minutes,
right.
to
Yeah,
make
the
the
little
little
chicks,
chickens.
yeah.
Yeah,
They don't
but
take very
this took
long. Yeah.
longer because the yarn has more drag to it, so it
Mhm.
takes you a little bit
Yeah, it
longer.
does. Yeah.
And
I
then by the time
love
you
that
go
yarn for the color and stuff, but to work with it, like you said, it does. It wants to drag and it's not as smooth to work with,
yeah, it doesn't
but
fly
I
through
do
your
love it for the color and the way it makes the chickens look. I mean, it's a
exactly.
popular color for that.
Yep. And then something like this, check this out. Might have taken the same amount of time as that chicken.
Right?
I was gonna work on
Yeah,
this
and that
tonight.
is so cute. Yeah.
Yeah, because I gotta put all that fur up on it and
Yes.
everything, and I was like,
Yes.
"Yeah, I'm not doing fur yarn and trying to talk at the same time. That's insane."
Hey, don't blame me. I wouldn't want to either.
I would show you other things, but I cleaned up my spot.
And
That's not that's not gonna give me a time frame idea because I didn't make that. You grab my little pigeon. Oh, you can hand me the pterodactyl. Okay, here we go. Here's a big one.
oh wow. I like that.
This one took over a year. You wanna know why?
Oh
We
my
lost his
gosh.
foot. We
You
made it
lost his foot?
we lost his foot, and I wasn't gonna make it
Oh,
again because I knew we made
right,
both. Because me and my daughter, we do, like, team projects. We'll have a craft day, and we'll pick one item, and she makes the small pieces, and I make the big pieces because that's the part we like.
right,
So
right.
we had
Hey,
all the
it works.
pieces, and then
Yeah.
we could not find the foot, and that was I don't know how long ago, and I still to
Right.
this day have not found the foot, so we don't know what happened to it.
Oh my
Okay?
gosh. Yeah.
Well, in the meantime, because it was supposed to be I think it was supposed to be the same color as this here. Anyway,
Oh,
in the
yeah.
meantime, we had used up all of this yarn and could not find it anymore in the store.
Oh, yeah.
So when I was going through my hoard, Bruno,
Uh-huh.
I found
Right.
one that was close and we got it done. Now it's like, I'm not selling him. He sat here being my friend for so long.
Right.
But me and her together did this in a day.
Oh,
I mean, it
wow.
wasn't
Yeah.
that, and she made two left wings. She didn't pay attention
Uh-oh.
because these are all separate.
She
Well, this back here is one piece, and then these are separate pieces
okay.
here. And then you
Gotcha.
gotta
Yep.
sew it all together. And so she
Yep.
just sewed it together, and it wasn't till we sewing the wings on that I was like, "There's a problem here."
Uh-oh. Yeah.
Well, she had left just long enough tail to stitch it shut or on,
Oh,
So
yeah,
it's
yeah.
like, are we gonna have enough if we have to cut that knot and take it out?
Mm,
And so
yeah.
I had to sit there with a needle and pull that knot out and try to undo it that way
Mhm.
because if we cut it, we weren't gonna have enough, and we didn't have any more of that
Yeah.
yarn. It's been a whole thing.
Right.
So
Oh, wow.
he's gonna stay here.
He's
But that
he's
one,
got a home already.
yeah, that one would I mean, it went fairly fast, but if I had to do it all myself, it would take few days. And then
Yeah.
you have ones like this that take you about 10 minutes start to finish by the time you stuff it and
Right.
everything else. I'm not selling
Right.
this one either. He's too cute.
He is. He is.
I
I
took
like the
him and
colors of it.
Oh, he's a little pigeon.
Yes,
I
I
set him
like
up on my
it.
whatnot shelf.
Yeah,
So I was like, all right, because I don't keep anything, very many things at all. After I get
yeah,
them done, I move them out the
right,
door, whether it's a
right,
gift or, um, whatever, selling it. But I don't
right.
generally keep anything. But I was like, oh no, he's too cute. I'm keeping him, and he's small, so he won't take up that much room.
Well, my drunk hippie frogs, they found a home. So they went north. And Annie texted me earlier and she was like, "Did you make these?" And I said, "Yes, I did." I said they were the first round of a trial run with them. And I said I knew that the littles would love them no matter what. And so she was like, Everly loves them. She has been packing them around everywhere. And she said, as a matter of fact, she said she had one of them in the drain laughing at it
Oh
in the
my!
shower. She put it in the shower and set it in the drain. Oh, oh, about string. Oh, yeah, we're wild about string. We're
Yep.
crocheting and chatting. You know who this is, right? Should we know who it is?
Um. Yeah, he could
Yeah.
pass for something for
Yes.
Easter.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh gosh.
I'm gonna have to start like a tell Jonna list so that when we do these, I'll remember all the things that I wanted to tell you, but I was saving for the live, not texting you. Because now after my day, I don't remember anything because I've talked to everybody.
Right.
Yeah, I've talked to everybody today, every single one of them.
No, that's the joke. Is your last name actually Journey?
Think it out. Think it out. It can or cannot be. What do you want it to be? Because it probably is.
Yeah,
Because 3 months has not
probably.
gone by yet.
Right. That was pretty
Oh
quick.
my
That was pretty
god.
quick. But um,
Then again, it could just
yeah,
be another one.
yeah, it could.
That's why I ain't saying nothing that much.
Right, right. Yeah, yeah. Because I was gonna say something, but I was
I
gonna say
know.
something else too. But I'm not gonna say that either.
Uh-huh. Yep. Yep.
You're headed to bed, Randy. Okay.
Well, you did
Well, have
not
a good
last long.
night. Yeah, right. Have a good night. Thanks for popping in. And I keep
we tell
moving
you
my stand.
we tell
I
you to
keep moving
sleep
my.
well, but we know you're going to. Oh my Lanta. No, not yet. I think I got a mistake going on here, but I don't know what it is.
Got distracted.
Yeah, this may be just one of those. We'll just cover that up. No, it's not pre-recorded. We are actually doing this in real time
Yes, we are.
from them talking boxes.
These little talkie boxes, those newfangled gadgets.
I don't know what I did wrong.
Oh gosh.
It'll either fix it or in 5 rows I'll be ripping it all out.
Well, I'm in the process of ripping out myself because I messed up big time and I can't frog
I
it.
wondered
So
I thought maybe you were just taking time out because we got to talking so you wouldn't mess up.
no, I did. I messed up. So
At least it's ripping out beautifully.
beautifully. It's magic.
I hate them ones you gotta struggle with.
Well, yes, and that's just it. If I would have been working with different yarn, it would have been different. Yes. So
Exactly.
this is doing just fine. So
Miss T.
hey, do you remember me, Miss T? There was a Mr. T.
That's what I was thinking.
Should open a store called Strings and Things and sell all your crap there.
That is a good name.
It is a good name, but it's not. I wouldn't consider it crap.
Well, that depends on
But
what
it would
day
be
you
a good
catch me.
name. Huh?
Am I getting clutter stressed? Because on that day it's crap.
Well, true.
Yeah.
I will agree with that.
Yeah. Otherwise, it's quit messing with my stuff. You're gonna mess things up.
Right? It may be crap to you, but it's not to me. I know where my stuff is. Get that, because it's like, it's organized chaos.
And it's not always around here. That's why I say, am I getting clutter stressed? Because on those days it's crap.
Right. Right. Oh, shoot. What did I do with that? Oh, okay.
That's right. We've got them talking boxes with the little people inside.
Have you guys ever seen this movie called V for Vendetta? Oh, they don't have TV. I'm catching up. Miss T was me. I was on my stepmother phone and now I'm back. So how
Ah,
y'all day going? Going good, Casey. So yeah, I mean I remember you by the other name, yeah.
it's a joke. We know he's
R-
joking.
yes.
That's why it keeps getting brought up.
Right.
Did you catch that?
Yes.
Uh-huh.
Yes, I already know, yes.
Hmm.
And you know the thumbtack kind of gives it away.
Is it an eyeball? Because I can't see it.
No, no, I said the thumbtack. It's a thumbtack.
Oh, is it? See, it's too small.
Yes.
I can't see it.
So because that's what I was looking for too. I was like, oh, a thumbtack. Okay.
Put a pin in it. We'll come back to it later.
Oh, we're getting all serious then, I guess.
Oh, are we? Oh, you're not joking about the TVs? Okay.
Yeah, you're not joking about you still
Well,
peeing in the bed. Did you just say a thumbtack was an eyeball? Look. No, we're just talking about the thumbtack replacing the eyeball. You don't joke about string? Oh, okay. Well, Hmm. Hello, Vima. How are you? It's almost like one person dueling themselves.
right. I have anticipated this moment.
Okay. Jonna, looks like you are frogging something. Yes, I am,
No.
Nifty.
See,
I
now I
totally
thought
boogered
she was.
something up, and I can't. I have to frog it. I
And
can't.
see,
I can.
I'm
Yeah.
over here going, oh, she's just balling up her yarn.
Nope. I'm frogging. I am frogging.
Maybe you were just a little too cheery while you were frogging, so I didn't get the right message.
WTF is frogging. It's when you have to rip something out. I messed up a few segments ago.
It means you're ripping something out because they think it sounds like frogs. I refuse to call it that because I like frogs personally, and we should not have negative
What?
connotations toward them.
Oh gosh! I never.
You ever heard me say that? You have
But I
never heard
didn't
me
think it
say
was
that. I
anything
have always said I
negative.
had to rip it out, I had to tear it out, I had to pull it out, but I have never said that because it irritates me.
Oh gosh.
Poor little frogs, they
Okay,
get
note
blamed
to
for
self.
everything.
Note to self. I have a memo running. A running memo. Huh? Oh gosh. Oh, I missed about 5 stitches, and it's not going to work out well if I keep going.
Oh no, you should plug it in real fast. I gotta quit slouching.
Oh, I catch myself doing that, and then I wonder why my back and my neck hurt.
Well, I have to turn sideways on the couch when we do
Oh,
this. So I don't have
Yeah.
anything really to lean back to, and
Right.
so I get to looking down at the phone because it's down here. So now
And
I'm all hunched over, and I have to remind myself, straighten back
right,
up.
right, right. Yep.
I got enough problems after February.
Right. Oh gosh. Well,
Yes,
and you would think that I would
I
be
know
used
why
to it
it's
because
called
I
frogging. It's just not right. Not. Poor little frogs.
oh, I don't mean anything ill.
May also have something to do with just never mind. I can't even explain it right. Something's going on wrong here.
Well, and you would think that I'd just be used to sitting this way anyway because of what I used to do anyway, because I was always sitting with my head down all the time, you
Right.
know? And
But it does put a strain on you. And then it starts
mhm,
compressing you.
yeah. And even then I'd have to sit a certain way, and I sat on a saddle stool most of the time. So it forced me, to sit a certain way. Oh, good, Casey, you got it plugged in?
There you
I
go.
think it's called frogging because you rip out your stitches, so it's the sound of a frog rip it, rip it. That's what I was told. Yeah, I think that's what it is.
It
I like
is. That's
calling
what
it
it is. But think
frogging.
about the
Yeah.
anger and aggression you have when you're doing that. No frog deserves that.
Well, I'm not really that angry. I'm not.
I am. I'll straight up 100% tell you,
Now, if
I'm
I've
done
had
past
it
angry.
now, if I had to rip it out like 3 times or something or whatever, I might be kinda,
Or if you had to take a needle
I'm
and
like,
stick it in each stitch to get it to come undone,
"No,
and
yes, I
you
know,
gotta
I've
go
done that
2
too, and I
rows.
don't like it." You're right on
See?
that, yes.
Negative connotations.
Yes, I'm in the process of making a blanket. And honestly, I don't feel so bad about ripping it out to this point because I don't like this yarn that I used at one point. It says that it's a 4, but it's not a 4 weight. It very much is more like a 3, or even, I mean, maybe even less than that. So, I'm to that point, so I'm just gonna rip it out and I'm gonna use another yarn because I think honestly that's what really made it not work out so great too.
Right.
So
Well, and
I'm okay.
something like that where you're creating as you go, but when you're
Right.
trying to, I don't know. Like the little frogs, how happy would you have been if you'd had to keep ripping those out and then,
Oh, I know,
you know?
believe me. I ripped and ripped and ripped on those.
Uh-huh.
And they were frogs.
It was not a positive experience, was it?
It made for good conversation piece, you know? But oh gosh. Well, thank you, Casey. I like this color, but yeah, no, it's just not thick enough because I'm using all of it is worsted weight, but this, yeah, it said it's or the number 4 worsted weight, but yeah, this definitely. So we're okay with it. And it's just my online project anyway, so I can talk and do all the things at the same time.
Right? Yeah, I thought about digging out one of my unfinished blankets from the 1900s and working on it when we do the lives, because that's the only way I'm gonna make it
Right.
through there. And then I thought, no, they're too intricate. I can't can't do that. I'd
Yeah,
still mess it up.
yeah. Well, that's why I was doing the chevron, but hey, now we're ripping it out. So, but
Yep.
it's still an easy pattern to remember. It really is. But the heaviest string, well, I mean, I don't know. I guess the blanket yarns and stuff are the thickest, but I mean, not the heaviest necessarily. But
Behind your head, that's the thickest one you've used,
yeah,
isn't it?
that's yes.
There you go.
Yeah, it is because I mean, and it's yeah. So it'd be the thickest that I've used. Yeah. So the bulky,
Yeah.
extra, whatever they call it, extra. I can't
Good
remember
night,
what they call it from
Casey.
Hobby Lobby. Bye, y'all. I'm tired. Hope you meet again tonight. Just like. Well, thanks for popping in for a little bit, Casey. And you have a good night. Hello. Yeah, they have some that are just the chunky, like the four, well, the six, what am I saying? Four. Like the 5 and 6 weight are, kind of your more chunky and stuff. What do they consider this?
Thick.
I mean, I don't remember. This the thick. I don't think they even put a number on it, do they?
Yeah, it's
So,
a 7 or 8. They
oh, is
have
it okay? Because I
7.
never paid attention. I don't think I've ever looked to see.
I know they have a 7. I don't know. I'm thinking, yeah, 7.
Yeah, because like I said, I've never looked. I've never paid attention. I don't think I've ever looked honestly.
Yeah, that is rope.
That is not string. That is rope. Yes, you are right. Okay. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
And you can tell the air's changing again.
Excuse me.
My
Yeah,
throat has just got that little dry spot in the back of it.
yeah. The last couple mornings I've woke up and and I haven't been running our humidifier thing or our air whatever thing you call it. It's a vaporizer type thing, but you can also use it as a humidifier thing. I don't
Yeah.
even we got it from Menards. And I actually got it whenever, Whitney was sick and because the air was so stinking dry. And so I've been using it and you can actually, put like your essential oil and stuff in it, which I love, but I haven't had it running since it's been nicer out. I didn't feel like I needed to, but now I kind of feel like I should. Skill for crocheting with black yarn. I hate it. Yeah, it's not the easiest sometimes to work with for finding
Sometimes
these
if you
stitches.
don't focus too much on it,
Yeah,
like you're not trying to oversee the detail. If you just see what you
right.
need to see and you go with it, it's
Yeah.
not as bad as what you think it is.
And I just
It,
rely on my fingers a lot to be able to feel it,
see, yeah, the
So,
thicker it is, the more I rely on the fingers. But I've also learned that
mhm,
if you don't look for all the little detail and you just look for what you need to see,
right. That is true. That is true.
because I don't need to see that whole stitch. I need to see the top part of the stitch so I know where I'm
Right.
putting it.
Right. See the loop. See the
Yep,
loop.
there you go. Sorry, my brain was shutting down. I have no words left. I've talked so much today.
I've seen those hooks that light up. I've not ever got any, but
I wouldn't.
there's times I feel like I need them,
Nope.
but I've
Nope.
not ever done it.
And I know that I've seen where people they like them, but I think your eyes would become too dependent on having such a detailed light. And if you have any issue with blue light, that might create more of a vision problem.
Right, right. Because I do have issue with certain lights sometimes.
I feel like it would be in the comparison of someone always driving around with their bright lights on. And then when they
Oh
finally
yeah.
turn the things
Mhm.
down on dim where they belong, they can't see because they've drove around for so long with the dim bright lights on.
Yeah. Right, right.
And I feel like those crochet hooks would create that same effect.
Yeah. Yeah. And you're probably kind of right on that, you know? I
Uh-huh.
mean,
You would
because
get
if you did
dependent on
just
scent.
habitually use them all the time, then yeah, I mean,
Mhm. Because when I first seen them, I thought, oh, I could crochet in the dark."
right, right,
And then I thought I got to thinking about all that, and it's like, yeah, no, I have enough problems as it is. I don't need to be
right,
creating, and if you need a light like that on what you're crocheting, I could see if somebody maybe had a vision impairment, maybe that would be
right, right,
a
yeah,
bonus.
yeah,
But
right,
otherwise, turn your overhead light on or get a brighter
right,
light bulb so you ain't so dependent on something right there.
right. Yeah, because I know I drive Whitney crazy sometimes here because I have the overlight headlight on all the time. And there was one night he gets up and he goes in the bedroom and he comes out and he has his hat on in the house just sitting here watching TV. And I was like, "What'd you go get your hat for?" Because he wears hats all the time, but not usually in the house, you know. Well, that light's
Mm-mm.
getting in my eyes. And then, oh, but then he goes and gets his paper and he'll sit here and read the paper with the light on and whatever and doesn't seem to have a problem.
You
So
know
I'm
what's gonna
like,
help you? Yeah. Tiffany, try wearing rose-colored sunglasses or something with a rose color or a very light brown on the tint of sunglasses.
that's what my husband had. That's what Whitney has to wear. He wears like the auburn color, like the tinted
Yeah,
glasses
is because well,
at
I did
night.
it because I had yeah, but I do not drive with my brights on, and I don't care what people say about deer jumping out and all that. Pay attention to your road because I have a harder
Right,
time seeing after I turn the bright lights off compared to just being accustomed to driving with dim lights, and I never blind the other person to have a head-on collision. But because
right,
I have problems with oncoming traffic and I was on a curvy road, I was like, "I'll put my sunglasses on in the dark, I'll just wear it." That's how I stumbled upon it, I didn't know anything about it, and it just happened to be my rose-colored sunglasses, and I was like, "Oh." It
right.
was like total game changer. Now my son found ones they're yellow, and
Mm,
that's what they're for, is nighttime driving, and he said for
right.
him, it made the world of difference. It didn't have the prisms
Yeah,
on the lights and everything, and it took the glare off,
right.
and so you might look for something like that.
Yeah.
You drive with no lights. Why does that not surprise me?
I just sense the road. Yeah, he just senses the road.
Well, they have the braille on the side.
Gosh.
And if you get in a curve, they got it in the middle too.
There you go. Oh gosh. I always turn them. off if someone is coming unless they don't. You know, and I don't tend to put my brights on very much either. And that's the thing. We have deer all over the place, and that's just it. You just need to be mindful, you know.
Yeah, you
But
shouldn't
Whitney said
be.
that they work for him too. Those glasses, the different colors,
Uh-huh.
you know, the tinted have worked for him. So
If you're worried about a deer jumping out in front of you a mile down the road, you probably ought to slow down.
right, right. Oh gosh. Around here, I mean, they're left and right, all over the place. Especially now that it's, you know, been some evenings whenever I've come home from the Y, they'll be all over the place in the fields and everything because it's been nicer out and they're out, you know.
Yeah, I know.
So, so yeah.
It's just one of those things, but you get too accustomed to always having a bright light on, and then you can't see. And
Yeah.
people don't stop and think about that.
Oh yeah, they don't care what your lights are on. You're right. The deer, they don't care. They'll do their
Yep.
thing.
Oh, so I'm talking to my mom yesterday, and she said there was a deer in her front yard, 2 o'clock in the afternoon, middle of the day. Them crazy things ain't out at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. I'm like, I'm thinking the wind factor over, right? Because usually when the
Yeah.
wind's that bad, they bed down because they can't hear. Because he didn't hear her
Mhm.
come out the front door. And I
Yeah.
just dawned on me, I wish I'd been thinking 2 seconds faster. I could have been like, did he look like he had rabies? God, I missed it.
Oh gosh.
Oh, I hate when I miss them opportunities.
Oh my gosh.
It's
Oh.
well, because if you see a coon out there in the day, that's odds are it's got
Right.
something wrong
Right.
with it.
Something. Yeah, something's not right.
Oh my gosh. I can't believe I missed that. Uh,
Oh god. One
that's
took
disappointing.
almost half my car out. Yeah, deer can do a lot of damage. That's for sure. I know that.
uh, what's going on? Oh my Lanta.
Okay, I think I'm back on track.
Yes. He's going straight up. So I guess I just stick to it. Oh, okay. What's that?
But I can tell where I
So you're
really get talking.
do
My
what?
stitches. I said I can tell where I really get talking. My stitches get really tight and I can't get in there.
Right.
Like, what is going on with this knit? I think that's what it is. Because I'm struggling
Probably.
here. Good Lord. Anyway, what were you going to say?
I was just gonna ask, is your next market, is it pretty close to home then, since you are gonna be able to like go home and do all the things like back and forth? I mean, is it gonna be more
Uh,
local to you?
no. Well,
No? Okay.
it's. I'm trying to think. It's like an hour,
Okay.
hour and 20 minutes, something like that away.
Okay.
Might be an hour and a half. I don't know. I used to think it
Yeah.
was an hour away, and then last year when I drove it, I was like, "Wow, this is further than I thought it was."
Yeah. Right. Well, hopefully the weather, you don't freeze like you did last weekend.
Yeah, we're supposed to be in a building,
Oh, are you? Okay.
but I don't. And I know the building because we did the summer event down there,
Mm-hmm.
but I don't know because over the summer one, the ones in the building were coming outside on 100-degree day to warm up.
Oh my gosh.
So I don't know about being in the building because I am just going to really start saying a lot of dirty words here shortly.
Oh,
These stitches are.
oh gosh.
We started all over again. I know it was when we got to laughing because they're pretty tight. Anyway, but when we did the summer, I opted for us to be outside.
Oh yeah.
And so, it don't bother me to be, and we were pretty cooled off. I mean, the one was laying on a blanket rolled up in it because we had such
Oh
a
gosh.
nice breeze coming through, and I mean,
Oh
we were
yeah.
just kind of having our own little party out there.
Yeah.
And people, of course, were like, "Oh, it's so hot," and we're like, "All right." We took our
Right.
canopy down because we were underneath 2 trees, and so I'm thinking we're
Oh
nice and cool
yeah.
because we were underneath the 2 trees. We took our
Right.
canopy down, it was like standing in a desert. That's how much
Oh
difference
my
just that
gosh.
canopy under the trees with the
Wow.
wind made. It was
Yeah.
crazy
Oh wow.
because we didn't we didn't get hot. I mean, it was warm, but you didn't weren't
Right.
sweating to death by no means.
Right.
So I don't know. This will be the first time we've been in the building.
Okay.
The last thing is for now.
Hopefully they won't have the air conditioner on just because it's going to be a 60-degree day.
Right.
Okay. Well, I'll be glad to get this part done. Pick something easy, my brain said.
Right. Well, kind of like the night that I decided I was going to do flowers because I've done them before, but it was totally different patterns. Like, yeah, forget that.
It's all,
They
I
were the
think I'm
simple
just.
kind of flowers.
Huh?
And they were the simple flowers. They weren't anything fancy flower, That one night whenever I was trying to do those little flower, rosette things,
Oh, yeah.
and the pattern was all screwy and not really. I mean, it was fine, but it was just like, okay, because I just thought it was going to be similar to a pattern that I'd already done in the past, and yeah, nope. I should have investigated it further before I came online to thinking I was going to do it.
Well,
It's not habits. Crochet is art. Yes.
I'm going to quit looking. I think I'm overlooked. I know this is not. Right. In the French. I think in my struggles, I have lost a stitch.
Oh no.
uh,
Well,
just,
if it's just one, maybe not 5.
I don't know. I'm going to keep going and we'll just figure it out as we. This is where the
Wing
art
it.
comes. This is where the art comes in. Yeah.
Right.
Because sometimes you got to get a little creative. Nobody else knows you messed it up.
Right.
There you go. That's your art. Because I'll tell you right now, not everybody can cover it up.
No, you are right.
I'm making a little bag, a carrying bag. You put a little doll in there. And this is the bottom part of it. Although I'm looking at it going, I think it's a little small. We'll see. I don't know. I don't have any of the dolls in the house. I got them all packed up. I lost a stitch somewhere.
Mm.
Wonder where I lost it. I bet I'm not looking for it.
What is the wine and the
Okay,
wait?
did you
The
go?
bag there is the doll. I thought this was a bag for the doll. I am working on a chevron blanket that I ended up having to rip out some of
Yes,
because I skipped some stitches.
yeah. Hang on. Okay, we'll use this as an example. I'm a crazy jellyfish.
Oh my gosh. Oh
So
yes, I've seen those.
yeah, uh,
This
your
pot
little
is confusing.
your little doll sits in there like this, peeking out over the top of the bag, and then there'll be a strap long enough to go up over on their shoulder, or they can cross it over their body, whichever way they want to do it. And then their little doll can ride around with them, looking at everything. This plot is confusing. I've had more fun with this guy.
Ah.
So what do you usually make? What's your favorite thing to make? Or are you working on anything now?
Hello. Oh my plushies.
Oh. And the next time we talk, when I ask you, don't take it personally. I just won't remember.
Right.
I'm really not.
Well, you know, and there's so many people that we talk to and that pop up on here and stuff. It's like there's ones that you kind of remember because they are on here, you know, pretty regular,
More
and then
often,
others are
yeah.
just kind of every now and then. And
And they
so
talk
sometimes
about
it
it.
is hard to remember, you know, until they bring up something that's like, oh, okay, yeah, now I remember, you know. But
I'm gonna need. I really should have doubled this. I think if I use this for another one, I'm gonna double this.
oh, to
The
make it
yarn.
a little bit bigger.
That string. I'm gonna double the string. At this point, that's what I have is string. It's not really yarn. It's string. Cause it's that. It's
That
got it
thin.
probably. It's like in between a fingering and a sport weight. I'm sure it's probably considered a sport weight, but it's just really
Yeah.
thin.
Well, that's the way that pink kind of was, you know. It was bordering on that kind of consistency, that weight. So
Yeah.
it's like, yeah, it's probably a good thing that I'm having to take it all out because then it gives me the excuse that I can rip that out and just be okay with it.
I don't know how it would benefit the profit margin. If you're having to cover more cost, you don't have a bigger profit. Yes, there is a lot of yarn on that shelf.
Yeah.
And yes, I do actually use mine. If you look, see all the strings hanging out of it? That's from where I sit on the end of the couch and I pull it out and I work.
Which I think is a very good idea.
Right? You don't have
Hello,
to have it
lovely
out.
about 2 weeks ago when I'm looking for any advice on creating a consistent stitch. Is it solely due to tension? Thanks so much.
Relax. Just relax and enjoy it. Quit overthinking it and let the yarn just
Right.
flow through your fingers. If you feel like you're
Yeah.
getting too big of holes or your yarn's a little too relaxed, then tighten it up with your tension hand. But the main thing is just relax. If you do it 10 shades of mad, you're going to come up with a really tight
Oh
project.
yeah. Yep.
So you start getting too frustrated, put it down for a little bit and come back to it. It'll still be there.
Yep.
I've got some from the 1900s. Ever since I heard that, it's like, oh my God, I am going to wear that out.
I know. Oh gosh. Oh my.
You do. Because if you hold your yarn somewhat correctly, your yarn should flow. Here's another
Yes.
thing. If you sit here and you hold your yarn like this, guess what's going to hurt? Your hand. You want to know why? Because you got that finger pinched up trying to hold that string
Yep.
while you're also doing this. So you're creating even more of a so I don't know how. I know they say do what you feel comfortable, but when I see people like this trying to hold it, you're actually causing more, I think, tension, or you're like kinking your hand up more. Where
Mhm.
if you do it the way the old timers did and you wrap it around your finger in this
Yeah, because
way,
I know. I mean, yeah, we wrap ours the same.
yeah,
We have the
I
same
noticed that a
wrap,
long time
and
ago
yeah,
because
yeah,
sometimes I get
yeah.
fixated and I'm just like, all I can do is watch their hand going, I know in the next video you're
I
going to say,
yeah,
my wrist hurts so bad. And I'm going to be
yeah.
like,
And those are
if
the girls
you,
when I'm screaming at the TV, tension hand,
Mhm.
wrap it, because no. And then there's other people. It's like, doesn't that hand hurt? And it was like, no. Why would it hurt?
No,
Why?
because once you learn to get that string to flow around
Yeah.
them fingers and
You
you
don't
know,
wrap it tight around your fingers. You let
no.
it float, like she's saying.
And
So
I tell the kid when I'm teaching the kids, I'm like, you're out to tea, your finger sticks up. That finger never
right.
goes down. You're
Yes.
having a
Yeah.
glass of tea
Yeah.
or a cup of tea, I should say.
Right. Right. Fancy finger. Get your
Now
fancy finger.
my cousin was having a hard time understanding it, and I said, okay, let me put it in because she sewed. I said, let me put it
Oh
in
yeah.
terms you'll better understand. This is your sewing machine, and this is your tension thing on your sewing machine, and it goes up and down
Mhm.
as you make your stitches. And once I
Yeah.
related it to her as that piece on the sewing machine, then she started getting, but she had to have something to relate it to. Well,
Right.
this finger
Right.
goes up and down. It's what's pulling your string, and then this finger comes out when you need more.
Right.
Do yourself a favor and learn how to hold it correctly. So
Right.
in 2 years, you don't have carpal tunnel.
Right. Because it does make a huge difference.
It
It really
it
does
does.
matter.
It really does.
This is where my people are hanging out. My yarn lays behind my fingers instead of in the palm. The way you explain things resonates well with me. Thanks for the advice.
No problem.
Skill for
I have little
crocheting.
sayings you can say if you need to learn them. Well,
And yes, somebody asked about me crocheting the blanket behind me. Yes, I did.
when you're teaching little kids, they may not necessarily understand yarn over or whatever, so it's under, around, grab it, look down, and it comes through.
Yeah.
Because then that, because you got to turn your hook to come through that stitch. Well, they aren't, or they have the hook looking away from them. No. So what do we do?
Right.
The hook always has to look at you so it knows what it's supposed to do.
Yeah.
And the only other time it looks away is when it's looking down to come through your stitch. And they'll click with that. And then as you go through that, then you start, once they get comfortable with it, then you can start telling them, okay, yarn over. And they've already got it because they've been reciting that little verse to get, or whatever you want to
Right.
call it. It's just
Right.
something
Right.
silly to make it click with them.
Right. Yeah, because that's the way some people learn. They have to associate with something,
Right.
and that's the way a lot of things with me too. I am very much that way. If I can associate something,
Well, I'm sure I had different sayings for the, the older granddaughter when she was, but I don't remember
yeah,
so it's just kind of whatever comes in my head that I feel like is going to click with that kid.
right.
And sometimes
So,
we just have 10 minutes of silliness because, it's not clicking with them. So
right, right, right.
if I get
And
outlandish
Megan,
with
you're
them,
right.
huh?
For your hands and stuff, if you do have like the arthritis and stuff, it does help your hands. It helps mine so much too. Honestly, it's been yeah, it is very therapeutic because your hands are moving, and that's one thing. Keep your hands moving, and just and even like with the wrap, doing your tension hand and then having, just the way you hold everything too will make a big difference in that too, I
Mm.
believe.
No, I agree.
Because if I would be crocheting like some of them do with no tension hand and just be free willy or whatever, I wouldn't be able to crochet as much as I do. There's no way.
Yep. But think about it. A lot of those videos, they don't even show people how to hold their tension hand.
No, they don't. They don't. And really, honestly, that's one of the most important parts
Yes.
of getting that core part down, because then it will help so much later with your tension and practicing your stitches and stuff. Because I still say chain a mile, that just starting your chains and working your chains and doing those to help get your tension first, and holding your thread and holding your hook, and then just building from there. Because I remember being very little and that's what I did. I mean, that's how I learned, you know, and that's how it got me to practicing better with my tension hand. Because some of these people, they think, oh, well, I should just be able to, just chain something up and just work whatever stitches and whatever. And it's like, well, yeah, you can. You can watch a video and learn how to do it or whatever, but until you get down all the other stuff, it's going to be kind of a fight, a battle.
Mm-hmm. That's why we have the
You got to start
terminologies
from the
that we have
beginning.
nowadays.
Right. Yeah.
Hello, Manuela. How are you today?
Oh, my chat thing. Oh, there we go. Okay.
Share the sayings? Oh, man. This just kind of comes to me as I do them. Your hook always looks at you. He should always be facing you, like you're having a conversation. And then he goes under,
Hello,
around.
Magnolia. I don't think I pronounced that right, but
Yeah. Under, around, grab it, look down, because you want to look down to go through the V of your stitch. That's the best way your hook's going to go through, and pull through. And you can say that over and over while you're making your chain.
yep.
Ha! My kids thought I was cruel. Your mom beat them. I had mine. They had to stand at the front door and go all the way through because it's from the front door to the back door is a straight shot. So they had to stand at the front door and get it to go all the way out the back door. And they thought that was really cool till I said, "Now take it out."
Right.
And they wanted to keep it. They're like, "We'll roll it up." They rolled it up into a ball about this big.
Oh, and
And
that's what I used to do, the chain and roll them in a ball. Yeah. Whenever I was younger.
Yeah. And so then I made them, and I swear, this just got brought up the other day by my oldest daughter, and I'm telling you, it was like one of the traumas of her childhood. I don't know how that girl ever made it through childhood.
Gosh.
Because I think the grandson was working on a chain. She's like, "Oh yeah, well just wait till grandma rips that all out." It's usually once I see that they're getting fairly consistent stitches, I don't make them keep doing it.
Right. Well, because whenever that starts happening, then you know they're ready to move
Yeah.
on. You know?
And some of them hit it faster because my grandson that's learning right now, he pretty much picked it up and it was like he'd already been crocheting for a while.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. And so I was like, "Well, you're good to go." So he's already started on his first project. Not that he remembers from time to time in between, because he's not here all the time. But as
Right.
soon as I get him going again, then he takes off.
Right. Yeah, and some people, that's just the way it happens, they just pick things up. And
Yep.
you do have a channel? Oh, good. I'll have to look it up.
I've already subscribed to it. I'll tell you that right now. That's how I knew who you were.
Oh.
From the last time she was on here. Oh, I think it's a shawl you're making in the very bright colors. That is beautiful.
I don't remember doing it, just remember the length that had to be, but by the time I got halfway around to hold it, and my attention was good.
Right? But a lot of them aren't doing that nowadays. And so now we have some really nice colorful stitch definitions.
Right.
Hmm.
And people thinking that they just, made it
Created.
up and
Oh
that
my
it's
God, that was
their
one of the
special
things.
stitch. Their special
Oh my
stitch.
gosh. Now I can't remember what it was, but I saw another thing somebody thought they'd invented, and I'm just like, "Grr."
Right.
Oh. I'm telling you, I gotta get a pad that says notes to Jonna. And I almost texted you, and I thought, no, I'll save it for the live because, And
Right.
now I don't, but you saying that, I know that's what it was somebody else come up with, "Oh, if you do it this way." And I'm like, Sewing is
Uh-huh.
supposed to be done anyway.
Right. I know. And it happens a lot.
Yeah. I guess that's what happens when you had to read your instructions and not,
Uh-huh.
or had somebody, show you. I didn't have that
Right.
privilege.
Yeah. Well, and I mean, a lot of my other crochet stuff that I have learned through the years is self-taught because my aunt didn't do all the fancy stuff, you know.
No, but she got you going.
And but she got me going, yeah.
Yeah.
And so she taught me the good basics of what I
Right.
needed, you know. And that's what mattered because that's what carried me on to be able to do the things that
Right.
I did, you know, and have done.
Well, if you ask me, if you don't have the good foundation to begin with, then it just kind of complicates things as you go along. You can figure everything out
Right,
from there once you get
right,
the foundation down.
right. But, you know, some of these patterns, like what we were just talking about with some of these that have different terminology and whatnot, there's times that I'm like, okay, this should be a pattern that I really know what I'm doing, but the way they have it written, I'm going to have to Google that. And there's
Yeah,
been times where I've had to Google it because it's like, okay, is this something they've made up? Is this something new? Is it something? Oh no. And I'm just like, I feel stupid for looking it up then.
because
But
it was
how
a
do I know
bobble
any different
stitch.
though? Well, no, it was not. But you know, I mean, there's been similar.
I
You know,
know,
I know what
but
you're saying when you say that. You know, it's like, yeah, and it's like, okay, like you just said, oh, it was a simple bobble stitch. Why couldn't they just called
but
it that? You know?
but the instructions said make 5 unfinished double crochets.
Yeah, we have talked about
Well,
that.
now
Yeah,
what do I
yes,
do
yeah,
with them? Okay, I've got,
right,
and how do you
right,
get an unfinished double crochet? Can you tell me that too?
right,
Because
right.
I need
Yeah,
a whole new class on this game.
right. Oh my. Yeah, yeah,
And well, actually, I think my initial thought is you cannot have unfinished stitches. Your work is going to come
right.
undone.
Exactly. So for people that do not know what they're doing to begin with, come into
Set,
that,
yep, setting them up for
sets them
failure.
up for failure big time, you know.
Or they go on to be pattern writers that don't know how to write a pattern because
Oh
they
yeah.
never
Oh
learned the right
yeah.
terminologies. And those of us who have
Right.
are struggling through their pretty pattern that they couldn't write out.
Right. Right. Exactly.
I don't even remember what that was. I don't know. It's like just slow down, take a little bit of time and learn your stuff.
Right.
They obviously have the ability because you want to buy their pattern, so but
Right. Right. You crochet, I'm doing it right now.
that's right, Jeanette, they do.
What are you working on right now, Luna's crew? And no, Jeanette, I have not finished it. I just work on it whenever I'm live on here. So I actually had to rip out some.
Mine does the same thing. Spider! I don't know where it went.
Oh gosh.
Oh, there it is.
Oh.
It's okay, I got it. It's okay. Just a
That is
little
one
one.
thing that I am not a fan of is spiders. I just,
I'm not a fan of it either, but I'd rather kill it than it crawl on me. Or me take out half the room just because I felt the need to scare somebody else.
right. Yes, I did have quite a bit of it done, but I realized I made a big boo-boo and I couldn't go on. It was going to really mess it up. So I decided to rip it out because also I had used some yarn that was too thin along with the 4-weight that I have. It was supposed to be a 4-weight, which I knew that it was going to be probably janky, and I went ahead and used it anyway. So I'm okay with ripping it out because it was causing issue too, along with my boo-boo. So I'm okay with it since this is just a project for me to work on while I'm on here. So I don't know that I had 3 feet done. I didn't have 3 feet done, but I had quite a bit of it done.
Yeah, I kind of got that just the way she said it.
Yeah, I I am not a spider fan.
Hey, let me tell
Not
you,
a spider fan.
my daughter's apartment that she had was underground.
Oh yeah.
And so, of course, even though they sprayed for spiders, there were still spiders. And she went from being the I'll just take care of it to calling her cousin and making him drive 45 minutes to come kill a spider for her because she would not go back in the apartment.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, if I would have been that bad, oh boy, yeah, because the farmhouse that we're getting ready to renovate
Yeah.
that we used to live in, we would get those big wolf spiders, that would
And
come up
that's
through
what,
the drains and
yeah.
everything. And I remember being pregnant with Seth, screaming outside. I mean, because there's the 2 bedrooms in the bathroom, and I was standing right there, and it was on the carpet. Started screaming. Of course, I'm pregnant. Whitney, he hears me. He like practically breaks his neck coming in because he thinks there's something wrong, like the baby or something. And I'm like pointing, and he was like, "That's what you were screaming about?" And it was like, you already know how me and spiders are. It's like, no. I mean, because those things, I mean, they're huge. I mean, they really spread out.
Yeah, they
They are
do.
big.
Yeah.
And we would have them come up through the tub all the time. It was just, oh, awful. And so I told him, and so finally he did start spraying, getting the house sprayed for them. So,
Yeah. She got to where she was getting stuff and spraying it on top of what they were doing just to keep them in
yeah.
peppermint. She,
Yeah.
you know,
I did that in the basement here. I did the peppermint thing in the basement because we were getting like some down there here at this house.
yeah.
But since I've done that, we've not had any issues. Because really here would be, Luna being in the house and stuff, we can't really do anything, as far as, I mean,
Right.
we spray outside, like around, and she doesn't mess up around any of the, close to the house or anything in the flower beds or anything like that. So I don't worry about that. But yeah, we don't have the big wolf spiders like what we had over there at the farmhouse. But
And I remember when we was kids, we had different wolf spiders. Remember them great big hairy ones? I mean, they were
yeah,
like,
yeah,
yeah.
those
You
are the
don't
one.
see
That's what I
those.
call the wolf spiders.
They are a variation of a wood spider or a
Yeah,
wolf spider. but they're hairier and bigger than your standard little house. They look more like a tarantula. And we used to get
Yeah.
those at my mom's house every once in
Yeah.
a great while. You had to check your shoes because that's where they'd be.
Right.
And I haven't seen any of those since we was kids. It's just been
Yeah.
the ones you with the little
Right.
stripes and whatnot.
Right.
Thank God,
Right.
because those were kind of big.
Yeah. Yes, they were. I remember when we were in high school, a tiny spider was crawling on the pillow and I screamed. I squashed it with my finger.
Yeah.
Oh, I don't remember that, but I'm sure it happened. I don't deny that. Because yeah. But whenever we built the house that we were living in, my parents built a new house in like the 70s or whatever. And I know whenever we went to move in there, because I think I was like around 8 years old or so. And I remember we moved in there and had our bedroom all set up and everything ready to go. And I ultimately, every night practically for the first month that we lived there, after we moved in with it being freshly made, done, I would have a spider in my bed like almost every single night. It was like, oh,
Yeah.
Donna's here. Let's go.
Uh-huh.
Oh, I hated it. It was awful. It was awful.
Yep,
And
that's
nobody
kind of
would
what.
believe me.
No, that's the way my daughter's was. That's pretty much what kind of turned her from being able to handle it was she
Yeah,
would always check her bed just because, and she'd find
right?
one every once in a while, and that would creep you out. But I
Yeah,
think after so long, you would just kind of be like, I know there's a spider in there, and you just take care of it.
yeah.
I could see me and
Now,
Jeanette would be a little more on the sadistic part of that deal.
well, I know now, I mean, it doesn't bother me as bad now, but I don't encounter them hardly ever anymore.
Right?
But still, I can spot one from a mile away. I mean, I still have the radar for him. I still have the radar.
Why are you
But
mad?
oh, I remember you
Oh
having
no, I
my
wouldn't do the mice. That would not be kosher.
my
Now
mom was
I've
like
been in
that. She
bed and had
couldn't
a
handle
mouse
mice
run
at all.
over, but not in the bed. I'd be out. Not that they freak me out, but I just wouldn't tolerate that being in my bed.
Right. Well, my mom, she was like I was with spiders. But I was just supposed to suck up the spider thing, but she was scared to death of mice. And whenever we moved into that our new house, there ended up being a spider, or not a spider, but mice in there. Mice had gotten in,
Uh-huh.
and we ended up packing up and going to our grandparents' house and staying until that mouse got caught. And I'm like, oh, but I don't like spiders, but I'm supposed to suck it up and still sleep in a bed of spiders, you know?
Right.
All your
Um,
yarn is gone.
yeah.
We spiders over here in Africa
Yeah,
that you
I
can
bet
send
you
to
do.
sweaters for walking the week. Oh yeah, no, I don't care to know anything about that. Still not a fan, but when you live in a house in the middle of the fields, Dad yelled at me for bringing in the cat.
Okay. I'll be back.
Okay.
So everybody entertain Jonna. Go. Go.
Megan, I almost every evening I do try to pick a day a week to go on during the day. But this week I didn't because I was gone for 2 days, but there's some Sundays that I'm not on here though. It just depends on how much I was able to be on during the week if I do it on Sunday. So yeah, if you ever want to catch us again, just make sure you have the notification bell hit and you can join us anytime. Good, Megan. Look forward to seeing you more. I am friends with the spiders because the other creepies are awful and they take care of them. Oh. Well, that would be the part that I would be more concerned with of knowing what was safe and not safe. Our mosquitoes and flies are the real issue. Oh, yeah. It seems my soap saver pattern was for smaller soap. Oh, no. Well, was it the yarn or something you were using, or the size hook, or? Well, and sometimes if it's the first pattern you've ever used, sometimes that's what happens. So you just kind of learn as you go. Welcome back.
Mhm. Oh, the whole thing. Had to take the dog out.
Gotcha. What kind of dog do you have? I didn't even know you had one.
I know. This is a German Shepherd, but she's old. So she's been down there huffing and puffing, and that usually means she's got to go out. And then she stood up, and that's when I was like, I ain't waiting to see where she's going to do it.
Right.
So I ran her out, and then I come back in, and I thought, it's a good time for me to take a break too. So I went potty.
Yep.
And then
Yep.
on the way back, I saw the bag of Cadbury eggs. So I got me a snack.
Hey,
And
there
here
you
I am.
go. Nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with that. I'm probably going to have to take me a break here in a minute myself.
There you go. I'll hold the fort down while you go.
Yep. I used a bigger hook, so, but only by 0.25. Were you using cotton yarn, I take it, or no? My sister once said Jesus doll, and I feel quite blasphemous that I am struggling with Jesus' feet. My husband thinks it is hilarious. Oh gosh. I think it's because I don't use store-bought soap, so it's probably bigger than normal.
Yep.
Farmer's market soap is usually thicker. Yeah, you're right. So, yep, that's probably right.
This is where your math and crochet comes into play.
Mm,
But really, depending on what kind of soap saver you're using, you can usually just make your chain just maybe 1 or 2 longer than the width of your soap,
mhm.
plus whatever you need to do your turn, and then just start working around from there and it'll fit. Unless you're doing something real fancy. And then I can't help you.
Right. Right. If it's just a basic, yeah.
Mhm. That's what I do for my seed packets.
Yeah.
Because the pattern wasn't intended for you to put an actual seed packet in there. It was just for like decoration to go along with what else was in the book.
Right.
But I had the idea of putting the seed packets in there, something to just kind of dress it up and make it something
Right. Right.
Oh, go back there and put that one on medium. I meant to do that. See, I got distracted coming out of the bathroom, forgot to turn the heater on. Anyway, so that's what I did. I would just lay that chain along the seed packet until it got wide enough that it would just slide right down in there.
Yeah.
And since I was doing single crochets, I only needed 1 extra chain to make that turn. It's all good to go.
Right. Right.
I thought about working on that tonight too, but I didn't think I could make flowers while we talked.
Oh.
Well, I've lost it.
Added 2 more rows. It's mostly in there now.
That seed packet I had earlier. Oh, here it is. Yeah. See, like this one. I want to put another flower on this side. On this side of it. But that's all it is. It's just I wouldn't use this for a soap holder, but it's the same idea. I'm just
Concept,
going
yeah.
around in a circle.
Right.
But I had to make it a little bit bigger than what the actual pattern said.
Right. Okay, I'm gonna take my break real quick and be back.
Okay.
Talk amongst yourselves. Be kind.
Dang it. Mm-hmm. We had one that we used forever and a day. Only I would just take the bits and pieces of soap and put in there. Hey, later when you have a migraine, remember you were huffing soap. Shauna's dog is probably asleep on the couch. Uh-huh. Hey, it's for horses, but it'll work. God, that's gonna if you keep going. Oh,
Okay, we've not had coffee out or through the nose.
and
One or the other.
I started to say something, and then I thought, oh no, because there's going to be that one person in the crowd that catches it.
Yeah. Oh my goodness. Oh, good one. Oh boy.
There's the
Oh,
dog.
when
Did
I
you hear
almost missed it.
it?
Yeah, and I was like, how do they even know I have a dog if they've never met me? So
I think
don't
they were
know.
talking about me.
Okay, I was gonna say one or the other, because yeah, we were talking about your dog, so dead on her, but because yeah, I didn't even know you had a dog until tonight, so that was
That's
still
because
in my
I'm not a
brain.
fur
Like,
mommy. It's a dog.
oh, you're well, I will proudly admit I'm a fur mommy.
I know, and that's why I have stayed out of that conversation. To each his own, you know.
Right.
And
And yes, I do realize she's a dog, but I do talk to her like she's a human. I will admit that, you know?
that's you. That's perfectly fine.
Right, right. So,
It's
but the
just
thing
not
is,
me.
I also know people that are way more out there than me.
And
Way
that's
more.
why I won't do dog events. I will not do a dog event. And if someone comes in my booth and says, "Oh, my dog would love this," I'm like, "And apparently you don't like your dog."
Oh my gosh.
I mean, seriously. Someone puts that much time and effort into something and you want to give it to your dog that's gonna do whatever with it.
Right, right. And
I
yeah, and
don't
here I make all this stuff and I don't make it. I've never made anything for her as
Yeah.
far as like toy stuff or anything like that. Never have.
And I don't want to hear your dog is your child because you are setting your dog up for a choking hazard. Thank God you don't have children.
Right, right. No, yeah, I
So
agree. Yeah, because
I
there's
mean,
no way.
it just I mean, if your dog is your child, that's your choice. But don't take
Right, right,
something I spent hours on and give it to your dog for him to tear it up in 5 minutes and tell me that your precious
right,
doesn't tear things up because it's going to happen.
right, right. Exactly.
It may not happen within the first 3 months or something, but it's eventually going to happen.
Eventually, yeah. Eventually, yes.
So I'm always kind enough to tell them, well, just in case you don't know, yarn has the capability of killing a dog in 8 hours if it gets bound up in their intestines.
Yeah,
The choice is
yeah.
yours, and generally they will
Right,
walk away, and I'm okay with that because your dog did not get to chew up something I worked so hard on.
right, right.
And it's just one of my pet peeves, and
Yeah,
no. And they're like, "Well, kids ain't no better." Well, maybe not, but I did make it with the intent of that.
right, right,
I've had some very interesting conversations, let me tell you. The
right.
one lady, she's like, "This would be the first time I've ever bought something like this for my dog." I said, "And this will be the first time I've ever let somebody buy something like that for or of mine for a dog." And she just stopped and looked at me, and I was just like, "Well," said, "Everybody keeps telling me I need to just get over it and just it's a sale is a sale." I said, "But do you know how much time went into that to make that for
Right,
somebody to give it to
right,
their dog?" I said, and then I
right.
told her the 8-hour thing, and I said, "But I'll be more than happy to sell it to you." And she just had a horrified look on her face. She was like, "Well, you have a nice day," and walked off.
Oh my gosh,
It's
right.
like, yeah, I just can't be that big of a person. I was nice about it. I
Okay.
wasn't snarky. I could have been.
Right, right.
I've grown out of that part.
I tell you one story. Last time I was here on Journal Life, she forget her dog out. I am sorry, I don't remember the dog's name. Oh yeah, I'm sure I probably did. There's been different times where it's been like, yeah, she's out there. It's like, oh yeah, I forgot. Her name is Luna. So, but no, I haven't experienced the dog toy thing yet. Of them wanting to come up and buy it for dog toy usage.
Yeah,
I've not had anything like that. So, but of course, I
yeah.
didn't have a whole lot of that stuff out yet. Especially at my first one, I didn't.
Knock on wood, I do
So,
not want this to be a year of people handing me about dog toys because I won't contain it.
yeah, yeah.
My kids will just have to hound on me. Hence why the ugly blankets came into be, because as long as they were ugly, I was okay with them dragging them all over the place. They could get nasty,
Right. I
dirty,
remember you said,
whatever,
yeah.
because it was an
Right.
ugly blanket. That was the intention of the ugly
That was
blanket.
the purpose. That was the meaning of it. Yeah.
Right. Oh, I may have actually accomplished what I think I might have gotten a little carried away there. Wish I had one of them things in here.
Excuse me.
Right. Yeah. It's quite a popular deer.
He steals the show every time.
Right. I think we should start dressing him up for, like St.
Hey,
Patty's Day or something, and
yes.
I'll angle the
Yes.
camera just a little bit more to show 'em.
There you go.
I'll put little
There
hats
you
on the
go.
birds that are on him.
Right.
The dilemmas are hard here, and let's see. I don't know.
And that's the thing. If I was in the basement and sitting on my couch down there, we'd have
We would
the
be
dueling
twinsies.
deers. We'd have the dueling deers.
We turned the heat on now. I'm starting to smother.
I have our ceiling fan on right now.
Yeah, I have ours on all the time. And it's really only 65 in here, but because I put on a sweater.
Mm, yeah.
Hmm. I feel like it's getting too tall, but I don't have anything in here to measure it against.
Oh, for your doll thing.
Yeah. And I was trying to remember where I saw them. don't remember which tote I saw him in.
Mm. Ladies, can I see some of your makings that you made, please? What are you guys crocheting? It's a request. Right now, I'm working on a chevron blanket. It's my go-to to work on while I'm on here.
I think I'm just going to call it here just because I'm getting questionable.
Uh,
Well, it's either that or I get the flashlight and go outside and dig around in totes to find one of the dolls
oh
to bring back
gosh,
in
right.
here. Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
Anyway, I'm making a bag that a little doll will ride around in. Okay, you want to see? Were you not on here when we were showing stuff? I think you came in later.
You probably did.
Oh, my pigeon
What?
went back up there.
I finished my ballerina today, is one thing that I have, and finished my chicken that I had. And then I made some little kitty cats, and I'll adjust them accordingly.
Just don't
My
even get into
kitties. No,
it.
I'm not. I'm not. My little kitties. I made 2 different colors of them, so I got those finished today. A little gray
I
one.
do
I'm gonna
really
make some
like
more of
him.
them.
And I think that style is coming back into popularity because I'm starting to see them
Yeah,
pop up again.
yeah. So, and like I said, it was something simple while we were driving. I was actually crocheting as we were driving home yesterday, and it was something super simple that, I mean, I didn't really have to read the pattern or anything. And so I thought, they're easy. It's going to be something, like I said, for littles to handle and stuff, and not have, the safety eyes and stuff to worry about and whatever.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And
Okay.
I'm not going to charge very much for them because they didn't hardly take me any time and it didn't hardly take anything. Yes,
That one,
that. I
I
was going to
think
say
right
you
now
better
is my
show that.
favorite one for right now. But I just finished this one. He's got the little, or she has the little chickens.
I know, I just love that.
And then here's the best one. This one is so ugly, it makes you smile.
I still think it's cute. Oh gosh.
I can see, I can see this being a great party favor. Because how are you?
Hey. Oh my gosh.
Oh my god. Do you ever do that with the kids? You'd get your hand back behind there and then make them, like move around and look at them. Get somebody that's had a little too much and do that.
Oh my gosh.
You can go
Oh,
that route.
yeah.
Or you can go with food. Here's a ham.
Yes, I know that
I
thing
love this
that
ham.
just cracks me up. I love it. It's like, yeah, just give me a hook of ham. I
Right?
love it. I love it.
I'm still fighting that urge because I'm just like, I want to make the rest of the meat. I gotta get other things done. And this one I made in my delirium of all those small things. and I
Oh,
forgot
yes.
that I made it. I thought my daughter made it, and she says, "I didn't make that. You had to have made it."
Oh my gosh.
But he didn't get counted in the
Oh, we did.
100.
Oh gosh.
And I don't know if I'm gonna put him I don't know, I can't decide. I may hold him back to put in the
Yeah.
pumpkin patch because he's a little fox
Oh,
that
yeah.
you got the little
Right. Yeah.
tail
Yes.
and
He
put
is cute.
yeah. But yeah, I totally even forgot, and I think what it was is because I was planning on throwing him we've been separating them because last year, since we got hit so hard, we didn't have
Yeah.
hardly anything to put in at the pumpkin patch. And
Oh.
so I'm trying to be ahead of myself, and I have a bag that we're throwing, like, extras into. So if I make 2 of one kind of chicken, I throw 1 in there and 1 in our tote for events. And I think
Right.
that's why I didn't retain this one because my brain said it's going to the pumpkin patch, and I didn't count him.
Gotcha. Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
technically, 105.
Right.
And I didn't take pictures of it because I was waiting for Gwen to get hers done because she did the rabbit and the raccoon in that set. And so I was
Oh,
gonna take
yeah.
a I take all their pictures to like
Right.
all of her stuff
Together.
together
Right.
and, what have you. And that's how
Right.
we discovered that, I totally forgot I even made it. I had to sit there and
Oh,
think
God.
about it, and I was like, "Well, I'll just take your word for it."
Right. Right. Bye, guys, because I got to crochet the rest of the cat hat. I am really confused about how you guys do it.
Thought you
Well,
lost
have a
all
good
your
night,
yarn.
Luna. Thanks for hanging out with us. Why don't you sell these online? We do sell our stuff, Deepak.
Well, oh, no. I don't think that'll I personally do not do international.
I don't either. Unfortunately, I don't. It's so expensive for shipping and everything. And that's the main reason why I don't, because
Mhm.
it's just too expensive for both parties. Really, because I just can't even, I can't justify making, shipping something, the shipping costs more than what the item was to make it even.
Yeah,
Because there's
I
sometimes
know.
that happens. It's way more, and it's like, so that's why I don't.
I know, it is kinda sad, isn't it? It really
It
is.
is.
I mean,
It is.
I sent, my cousin was over in, Africa, and got the bright idea I'd send a little care package,
Oh, right.
$25. Well, it was $25 and
Yeah.
some change to send it over there, and I said, "You know what? I'm not
Yeah.
that rich."
Yeah. Oh, I know.
And he appreciated it, and, but he also
Right.
understood when I was like, "Dude, I can't do that on a regular basis."
Right. Yeah, but I'm sure he appreciated it, all the
Oh,
same.
he
So,
did.
but yeah, it's just crazy how much just one postage stamp is now. Because I didn't
Uh-huh.
realize, just to buy a postage stamp the other day, I went in and I had the old price still in my head, which was sky high to me to think about. And it was like, okay, well, I can tell how long it's been since I bought a postage stamp. And I'm like, are you kidding me?
Nope.
So, Well, have a good night, Tiffany, and thanks for hanging out with us.
Nope. You either got to get on a boat or you're some point or another, you got to get on a plane. Ain't happening.
Yeah, I'm not much for getting on a plane anymore. With the way everything's going with planes right now. And my brother and his wife are in Hawaii right now, and I'm like, ugh. I just really would not want to be on a plane, but because I have said that I would like to just take a plane ride for the sake of doing one, just so then I've done it. But I just don't know. I just don't know about that anymore.
I ain't got good enough karma.
I don't want to chance it, you know?
I already have the
Oh,
fear of it. Add my karma in with it. It ain't happening. It's kind of like, do you want your milk in the bag? No, I ain't got good enough karma to make it across the parking lot.
oh gosh. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Good Lord. I'm drinking the water. It ain't helping that spot any.
Yeah. I hate that whenever that happens, you know, because it's like nothing will help it.
Yeah, and it can't be to one side or the other. It's got to be dead center of your throat.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. The humidity level doesn't look too bad, so because I was thinking maybe I need to boil a pot of water.
Yeah. If you would like to go somewhere, if you got the chance, where would it be? Well, there's places overseas that I would like to go to, but I don't want to have to get on a plane to do it, you know, if they, or a boat even, really, even. I have always wanted to go to Scotland and Ireland, but I don't see me doing that.
Oh my goodness. Did you look up that stork, that little granny square stork?
Oh, no, I hadn't yet. I had forgotten about
They
it. Thank
Yeah,
you for the reminder because I had forgotten about it.
okay, I know you don't need the pattern, but the patterns to all those are on Etsy. I found the shop.
Oh,
Although
yeah.
I don't remember the turkey, because somebody I don't hang on, let me look. Because I saved the shop just so I could tell you.
Oh, yes. Can you make some anime characters as a cartoon? Definitely gonna sell a lot of them.
Yarnovations shop.
Oh, Yarnovations, okay.
Now, the only one she's got on here though, because she has a redbird, a robin. I don't know what the other one's supposed to be. Because it's brown, green, and cream, but I don't know what it's supposed to be. Anyway, and then in her other packet, she's got a pelican or a seagull. It's a seagull. A flamingo, the stork, and that chicken, the rooster that I sent you. It's in
Yeah.
there. So I don't know, and I don't. It's got a lot of randomness, but yet, anyway, but I don't. I seen one for a turkey too, and it was really cute, but it's not on here, so I don't know if that's hers too or not.
Yeah.
But it's $5 for the patterns, but you could probably, since you already know how to make them, you could probably just look at the color changes and
Yeah.
go from
Yeah.
there.
Yeah. Probably. Yeah, I'll have to look them up and just, to see.
You could probably type that maybe into Pinterest. The
And
inspiration,
it brings you from it. Yeah.
yeah. But I would say you'd get a lot more variety if you just typed up granny square bird or something like that in there.
Right. Right. Well, I think our plan for tomorrow is that we are going to be over at the other house. So we may be live over there at some point tomorrow during the day. I don't know yet for sure. I asked Sam when he was wanting to try to go over there. So it'll be in the afternoon, I think.
Yeah, give
So
it
we'll
time
see.
to warm up.
Yes. So, and even into like the beginning of next week, I think it's supposed to be nice. So, and I told Whitney, I was like, whenever you get off work, you better just come by because I want him to look at the electrical and everything to make sure, whatever needs to be done with that. So he's been getting off. Well, like today, he was home around 2:30, and I think tomorrow is going to be about the same because his truck, his semi, is down, so he's on different runs right now because of what they have him driving. So it's in the shop. So he's had shorter days, which he honestly needs to have some shorter days for a while because his hours have been ugh, of getting up at midnight and not getting home until, 2, 3, 4, 5 o'clock at night. Then, the next day, and then he's tired and
Cranky.
yes,
God,
yes. So,
I am really struggling with this.
oh no.
I'm trying to decide if maybe my hook is my problem or so. I don't know. I should not be having this much problem, and I just keep getting hung up on this string.
Yeah. I would say I don't know.
I don't know. I've
Probably it's
loosened
just
up my
not
tension
being
because I thought that's what it
not being
was.
used to that way, maybe.
Uh, I'm making a little carrying bag for a doll. Are you
And
still
I'm
working
working
on?
on a blanket. Way.
What are you doing?
Huh?
I said, "What are you doing?"
I was trying to get some of my because I had skeins laying all over my feet down here, and it's like, I'm gonna get that picked up because it's starting to really bug me. I felt like I was being invaded. So get him put out of the way so then I just have the one that I'm working on instead of 20. I think I am going to make one of those cats out of this, but I don't know how I'm gonna like it. It's that I got at the thrift that one day that
Yeah.
kind of has that more, but I don't know if I'm gonna like it or not. to do that with. I'm just gonna have to, I've not done anything with this yet at all to see how I'm gonna like it for what I think that I might want to use it for.
I get
The only
chicken.
thing is if I do it with this, with doing any of the embroidery, I don't know that it's, since it's like that, kind of has those
Yeah,
floofy floofs on it. Do you think it'll
that's what
still
that pig
embroider
is.
okay?
That's the
That
kind
has,
of
oh,
yeah,
okay,
yeah. Look,
okay. Oh, okay, yeah, yeah, yeah. Okay,
because when you
okay,
crochet it up, it makes it more of a solid.
yeah,
It's not because it's got thin, thick on it. But when you crochet it up, it
right,
pulls that all together. And see, you just have to get
right,
a little thicker with your eyes.
okay, okay, yeah, okay.
I guess I didn't have to get that. I could have just done this. See how that's
Oh, right,
can you
yeah,
see it?
yeah, I can see it. Yeah, yours is a little more even than this one, but still, it's the same. It's very much
I,
the same.
yeah. It's the same concept anyway.
Right. Jeanette, I don't have enough of it to make a top. I just have this one. This is it. And that's not enough to make a top. It'd be enough to make animals out of or something.
Well, that's why I was saying it might make, but then again, that'd be, I don't know. I don't know why it wouldn't work for a chicken.
Oh, yeah. It probably, yeah. I'd like it better as a chicken, probably.
Uh-huh. That was
I
my
might
first
try to
thought.
do
Since
that.
huh?
Because it would be, I would have enough to make one. I would definitely
Uh-huh.
have enough to make one.
I think them
I might do
chickens are
that.
gonna, yeah. Or you could do a different style chicken so you got a variety of them.
Right,
But I think those chickens are
right.
gonna be a good seller just because they are
I'm
different
hoping
from what
so.
everybody else has.
Yeah, they definitely are different. I mean, they're not, I haven't seen them anywhere else.
Yeah.
And I mean, I do enjoy making them because they don't take very long,
Now
and it is something different. So,
that's why I was saying I cheated and went to chickens because chickens are they're nothing.
yeah,
Not that you don't have to have, you still have to be able to make quality, but it's compared
right,
to some
right.
of the other stuff, chickens are so easy.
Yes, yes, absolutely. I agree. Over there snoring away.
Hey Jeanette, he's talking about that slinky dog. I seen a pattern for one today. I know you don't do
How long
patterns.
have you
I'm just telling you, it can be
been?
done. I seen one.
Right.
And I gotta track it back down. Right? And I don't know if they used a slinky like what you were talking or if they just you know, well, hi, Casey. Um,
Hello,
like
Casey.
made a, I don't know how to explain it.
What have you been, ladies, been crocheting? You should give us a tutorial on something basic. I would love to learn. So it's easy to watch. I don't know if I ever do tutorials on here or not. I've been asked different times to do, but I've not ever done it.
Casey, which one are you wanting to see? Oh, the struggle is so real. I don't understand what the whole problem is. Curse you, tiny yarn. I remember right. I have problems with this hook every time I use it. Just
Mm.
I don't I don't know. Maybe it's just me. I just can't seem to get a flow going.
Well, what I'm working on right now is just a blanket. The start, I had to rip some of it out earlier, so I had to start over. So not the whole thing, but so.
Okay, well, what mine's gonna end up being is like a little carrying bag for a doll. No, I don't have the doll in here. I'm wishing I had the doll in here because then I could tell if I made it tall enough.
Right. Oh goodness.
I'm almost got it done. I just got to do the other strap. Doesn't do you any good to count your stitches to mark them if you can't remember what you counted.
Hey,
Okay.
CJ.
All right.
Oh my gosh. Made it through that one. Got my blanket finished. Gonna have to have the carpet tunnels
Purple.
carpeled surgery, so no more knitting for a while, but I finished my blanket. Well, good job that you finished your blanket. He has brought me unexpected joy. I just finished crocheting a hat today, the way my grandmother taught me 20 years ago. Love this. Well, good job, CJ. And is it Vivian? Is how you pronounce your name? Or glad you could join us.
I also got to decide on what I'm going to take with me because I ain't going to be able to sit there for that many hours and not do something.
Uh-huh.
I keep thinking it over. What am I going to take that you're okay to stop, start, and still not,
Right.
be on top of it?
Right. because that's the thing with different times that, for the times that I've had, I always try to think, okay, what do I want to work on? But then I also have to think, okay, but future you changes her mind a lot. So then I end up overpacking too much stuff sometimes in that realm.
Well, I kind of look at it this way. If I do work on it, I work on it. And if I don't, that's okay too. I obviously needed a
Right.
break or something. But I would
Right.
rather have it with me
Oh,
and the
absolutely.
security basically of knowing it's with me.
Yes. I understand that. I
Because
understand that.
even if you had no intention of working on it, just knowing it's sitting at home and you're not.
Uh-huh. I know. Yeah, because I mean, and you just get used to working on your stuff as part of my thing too. And I'm just like, I feel like I need to be doing something with my hands if I'm not doing anything else.
Well, that it also helps you block, when you're doing events, it helps you block out
Yeah.
certain things that you probably shouldn't comment on.
Yeah.
You know,
Yes.
the struggle is
Yeah.
real sometimes.
I know. I know. But what saved me at that last one was because my brother was sitting there next to me doing his thing, and so we could at least talk to each other and stuff.
Right.
And so I had brought stuff with me to work on, but not very much because I knew he was going to be there, but I still had something in case. And so, yeah, that's what we did. We just sat there and chatted really the whole time, and time flew. And
Yeah, and yeah. But sometimes you get those neighbors that um kind of forget they're in public and they shouldn't be discussing what they're discussing, and your other option is
yeah.
this. La 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 la.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Right?
So
Yeah.
that gives me something to
Yeah.
get fixated into and block that all out.
Well, and it shows that, okay, this is what I'm doing, and I don't want to converse right now. And it's a nice way of doing that. So then you can just have your project too, and
Yeah.
is how I kind of feel about it. I try to be positive about it and just think, okay,
I'm just trying to
I'll
stay
just
out of
do
somebody's
this.
conversation that they shouldn't be airing in public. That's what that is. Because
Yeah.
I've had some doozies sit by me, and it's just like,
Oh, I can imagine. I can
oh
only
my.
imagine.
I'm sure your husband's real happy I know that.
Right. Oh boy, yeah, I know. And being in the profession that I was in prior,
Right?
I
There
got to
you
hear a
go.
lot of stuff.
Yeah. And
And I'm like, oh boy,
that's why I like
I
to,
am seasoned in that. I am seasoned in all those things.
it's just a little bag that a little, doll goes in, and they carry it like a little purse, and the little doll looks out over the top of it. Oh my. That's twice. Gonna start all over again. Start ripping that out.
Oh gosh.
We're gonna change hooks and see if that's what my problem is.
Hello, Needlecraft Creations. I keep getting booted.
Yeah, it's Donna's internet. It comes back.
Yeah.
Yes, yes, it is. Hello.
Hello. It is one of the like hand finger crochet blankets, CJ. Yes, I have bought yarn online before. It's not my primary way of buying it, but I have done it. What are y'all's favorite yarn to crochet knit with? Um, I like one of my favorites is the Yarn Bee by Hobby Lobby. I do like the big twist, but we know that's not going to be around much anymore and for long. I don't mind it for my wearables, but I use a lot of cotton yarn too. So I'm wearing it's a good yarn. As far as ordering online needlecraft, what you trying to say? Stock up on some yarns like I don't have enough for Nat Dapple baby yarn or what this cotton. But for my plushies, I really do like the posh yarn, but I'll have other options. I have other options for that though too, and I'm not too worried about it, but that that was my favorite for as far as like my plushie type stuff and things go too.
One skein at a time.
Right. Yep.
And some work up faster than others, so you're gonna go through them faster. And depending on
Right.
what the project you're making, if you're making a blanket, you're gonna use up a lot more yarn in that one project than you will making the little small stuff.
My granddaughter poster I did on my profile pic so you can see. I'm excited about it.
Tips.
Making my first grocery. Do you guys have some tips for me?
Well, on the plushies, you want to have a fairly tight tension. It does not have to be super tight, but you do want a little bit tighter tension. They shape
And don't
better.
they usually recommend like 2 to 3 hook sizes smaller than what they recommend on the label, right? I mean, or does it kind of, is that a guide to kind of go by or no?
I have no idea. I don't.
Because I know sometimes
I don't ever go by what the label says on the yarn
yeah,
because they never tell you right. It's a 4-weight.
yeah,
No, it's the size of a 3. So I really don't
right,
pay any attention to any of that. So I'm not a good judge on that part of it.
yeah. Well, I just know for some patterns that I have encountered, they'll say, like if you're using, like, let's say just for an example, the posh yarn,
Right.
use like 2 to 3 hook sizes smaller, so then you do get a closer knit stitch, instead of using like the L hook that they usually recommend, or something like that. So you definitely
Um,
don't want to use to me, you wouldn't want to use an L hook with the posh if you're making a plushie, because
oh,
that makes
yeah,
no sense
no.
to me, you know?
No, no, no.
So,
And the other thing that I would tell you is stuffing. Don't put big wads in. It might take longer, but put smaller pieces in there and put it in layers so you get a nice even filling and you won't end up with all them wonky lumpy pieces. And if you do end up with a lumpy spot, like it's got a hole, take a piece and tuck it down in that hole and it'll smooth it out. So your finished project has a nice even look and not all
limpy
wonky and
bumpy,
everything. Huh?
limpy bumpy,
There you go. Because I'm seeing a lot of that.
right? And I'm gonna tell you, I got this buffalo snow as my stuffing from Joann's because it was that was marked down. I love this stuff for stuffing my animals that I'm doing right now because it tears apart so easy to where I can layer it in there, and for me, I can mold it better. It goes in better. I don't know, but I am still on the first bag, and I'm not even halfway through the bag yet. There is so much stuffed in that bag
Yeah, I
that
don't know what you're talking about.
it's amazing. Oh, it's this that I got at Joann's that they had it marked down 70% off. And it's just buffalo snow. It's like what you would use for Christmas, like for your snow.
Oh, okay.
But it is
That's why I
so
was like, I don't know
soft
what you're talking about.
and just, I mean, it
Yeah,
is
and see what
amazing.
she's doing, how she's
Amazing.
pulling that apart.
Yeah.
You want to
And
do
that's
that
what you
if
want
you
to do.
yeah, if you
Yeah.
come across clumps in your stuffing, pull that apart and that'll help smooth it all out too.
Yeah. So yeah, I absolutely love this stuff. And I looked for it again whenever I went back to Joann's and they didn't have it. All of it was gone. I wish I would have bought every single bag of it now. But I didn't. So
I like my polyfill. Me and it has a relationship. That's what I'm sticking with.
I wanted to crochet and sell stuff to help my parents. Yeah, and it does. It comes down to preference and stuff. I've used that. I've used I've just bought pillows and got the stuffing out of pillows. But that stuff, it doesn't go as far, I don't think, doing the pillow stuffing, because I mean, just that's what I would do. I'd just buy new pillows and rip them open and use the stuffing out of that, which does work. I've not had any problem with it. But compared to this buffalo snow, I would totally go back to this buffalo stuff.
You want to know what's in that chicken?
Oh, and that big chicken that you have right now?
Mm-hmm. Jean scraps.
Jean scraps?
Yep. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because we take the old jeans
Uh-huh.
and cut it out. But then once we because we were cutting denim squares out,
Yeah.
and then the leftovers, we was taking it and just chopping it down in little small, chunks.
Right.
And that's what I use if I need weight.
Oh, yeah.
I
That would be
put that in
perfect.
there. Yeah.
Oh,
A
yeah.
lot,
That is a
a
very good
lot more
idea.
affordable than always buying like dragon tears and stuff like that if it's a small
Right. Yeah.
project, because
Right.
that's what I was putting
Well,
in my plants.
oh, yeah. Well, I know for the rabbits and those the rabbits, no, I didn't. I didn't have to weight them. But those snowmen that I did, during Christmas time. And I needed to weight those so they would stay, sit better and stuff. And I just put like a bag of beans in there in a
And
Ziploc
then,
and put it in there.
yeah, I know. And I know there's
But
probably been a thing or two that I did that too. And then I started thinking about mice.
yeah, I know, and I know we talked about that.
I know. And it's
But
just,
yeah,
I've never had mice really get into beans or rice,
yeah,
but there's has been moths. So it's like, are you drawing that, in?
right.
And yes, the yarn scraps will work, but what you want to do is take your polyfill and create a well inside and put it
Yep.
in that, because otherwise you're going to have ends working its way out of your project. So you
Mhm.
want to put your polyfill in and make like a hole in the center of it to put those in there, and then cap it with more polyfill.
Yep.
I'm so
But
close.
honestly, oh, what?
I'm so close to
But
getting it
yeah,
done.
honestly, the only thing that I've had to wait has been those snowmen that I've done. So I've not even had to worry about it, one way or the other on what to do any differently or whatever.
Right.
So I
Yeah.
don't know what I'll choose to do in the future, if I happen to have anything to weight down.
Yeah. I just happen to have, well, I take it back. Where'd I get those ones? May have bought some at a garage sale, but I had a bunch of dragon tears,
Mm-hmm.
and I thought, well, that's a good way, because what I do in the bottom of the plants is I put the plastic canvas on the bottom,
Right?
and then I'll put like a thin layer of the polyfill, and then I'll put the dragon tears in there, because sometimes the pot isn't big enough or heavy enough for the crocheted flower, and so then you can't get it to stand up. And so
Yeah.
I'll put those in there. But then I had those jean scraps, and so I layer them in there, and that gives them enough weight, and I'm,
Right.
basically recycling them. It can go through the wash.
Oh
It's
yeah.
just fine.
Right.
Marbles is another thing I've used.
Yeah. Yeah. And I've seen where people have done that.
Yeah. But I try not to go buy that stuff for that purpose, because then you're just adding cost.
Right. And that's, that's what I'm always trying to be mindful of too, and using what I have, and stuff like that.
Yeah.
So, yeah, and it's just finding that and deciding, and yeah, because I don't want to add additional costs if I don't have to.
Right, right.
I'm very much for that myself. Good night, CJ. Hello, Cassandra. Thanks for popping in for a little bit tonight, CJ.
It was the hook. Once I switched the hook, it's made a big
You
difference.
feel better?
I
Good.
think it has more of a drag on it or something.
Yeah.
I don't know. Something's just not. I don't know. Something's not right because this one is handling the yarn just fine, and it's the same size. It's just a different brand.
Yeah. Well, I know sometimes with there's some of my hooks that the coating on them somehow just
That's
feels different. Like,
yeah,
and it does
and
drag it. It makes it drag.
I think that's what the deal is with. You don't feel it to touch it, but when you're pulling it
Yeah.
through the yarn, you feel like what you just said, a coating on it or
Right.
something.
Yeah. And it's almost like I can't even crochet with it though, because it just it's that feel
Uh-huh.
sometimes of just a sensory thing, I guess, with me that I'm just
And
like,
I
no, I can't do it.
yeah. And I don't really notice it when I'm using like using it with the plush yarns.
Yeah.
I
No,
don't know if it's different in
I
texture
agree with that. Yeah.
because I'm very much one my hook's got to flow through through the yarn.
Yes. Well, because otherwise, like you said, like what you were just saying, you're having to fight it, and that's what you have to, it's like a fight.
Yeah, I could have probably already had this done if I had thought to change my hook and done it. Because now this yarn's just, it's flowing, so.
Yeah.
And I think that's also part of why so many people also have wrist pain. Or not that it's the sole cause, but a contributing factor is they don't think about the drag of their hook.
Right.
And when you're pulling that plush, you don't want to have any kind of drag on it any
No.
more than what it's already, creating itself.
Right.
I think this is going to be another one of those never ending skeins. Not that I don't appreciate them, but.
Right. Oh, I hear you. Okay. Now this, I don't like that. Oh, my first official yawn.
Stop it. Drink some
It
coffee.
crept, crept in. Oh my
I'm so
gosh.
close to having it done.
Right? Well, I've made progress back on this. I mean, I'm
Yeah, you
getting
have.
myself caught back up.
I'm just thinking how much better I would have been if I had just thought to change the hooks. Now, the things that make you disgruntled.
Well, you did it now. You got your groove back. You got your
Yeah,
groove
because
back.
now I feel like I'm actually got some flow to it instead of
Right.
just, I don't know. I felt like it was snagging every time I would, make a motion.
Right.
Which this one is still kind of doing it being a small yarn, but not like what that one there
Right.
was. It was like every stitch was a struggle. I spoke too soon. Now I'm starting to struggle.
Oh no.
Here we go.
What's the matter?
Just woke up. It's 1:30 in the morning.
Well, I know, but you were acting like something was wrong, I thought, so.
There he was being all stealthy. He busted his cover.
Mm,
Mine all went to bed.
yeah. Well, I didn't know if he had fallen asleep or what but evidently he had. So
So
the
close.
number keeps going up and down, up and down, up and down. It's like
But it has
okay,
stayed high.
yeah.
And we're not talking as much as what we were.
Right. And that's why I'm surprised that it's still
Yeah.
as many as what it is, because I keep looking thinking,
Well,
oh, it's probably just gonna just be you and me. And then I look and it's like, oh, and then now it's even went up more. And I'm like, okay.
as long as I can see what you're doing.
Yeah.
I just keep trying to think of what all the things were that I was going to tell you about. So if someone might pop in my head, I don't know. Who knows?
You'll think about him whenever we get off and we're getting ready for bed.
3 o'clock in the morning,
And
I'll
text
wake
me,
up,
hey,
go to the
I
bathroom, and be like,
remember.
dang it. Kind of like the rabies.
Right? Oh, geez, yeah. Oh. I don't remember having this much purple before, but I guess I did. Maybe I didn't do the whole thing. I don't know.
I like that color. Is it just a straight up purple, or is it more of a
No, it's
like?
purple.
Okay.
Yeah, it's a straight up purple. Yeah,
Yeah,
it
it
is a
looks
pretty purple.
like a mulberry though.
Yeah, but it is a pretty purple. It's left over from hats that I made. I think I made a couple of hats out of it.
Okay. We're so close. Just in case you want to know, I don't like making straps.
Well, they're not the most fun.
No. And if I didn't know these sold, I sure wouldn't be making them. Cause
Right?
you always feel like, oh, I've been going long enough. It should be plenty long. Then you look at it, you get this much done of a strap. You've been repetitively
Uh-huh.
going at it.
Right.
I think that's why I got quiet. It's just mind numbing. You can't really think while you're doing it. It's just
Yeah.
lulls you in there.
Well, I know even making my bags, my purses and stuff like the granny square ones, and even like my crossbody that I've done.
Uh
That was my least favorite, was doing the bands, the straps,
huh.
you know. They weren't hard. They just it was my least favorite part because it wasn't anything that was really that fun to, you know.
They're boring. They're repetitively, which
Yes.
everything is, but
Yes.
you know at the end of the round you're gonna do something different.
Right.
Where with the bands, you're just back and forth.
Yes.
It's probably why
And
I
like
don't
you
like
said,
scarves.
it feels like it should go super fast and you should be like, "Oh, well, it should be done by now," you know, and it
Uh-huh.
like you said, no. It just yeah.
Here's something I've noticed, and I don't know about your area, but I haven't seen very many April events.
Oh, yeah, there's nothing here. There's nothing
Yeah,
here.
that isn't that weird?
Yeah. Because I've noticed the same thing because I was like, well, if I'm going to do this one in March, trying to see about the April time because I thought, okay, depending on how it lands, but it's like, okay, well, I don't have to worry about that because there isn't anything. I mean,
And
there seriously has not been anything.
Easter's what, second or third week?
Mm, I'm trying to remember
Either way,
because it was
Easter's
this
in
Ash
April.
Wednesday.
Huh?
Yes,
So you
because
would
it
think,
was this Ash Wednesday. Fat Tuesday and Ash Wednesday was yesterday. So I'm trying to remember. How do you count that? I don't even
oh,
remember. But anyway, yes, it is in April, right?
yeah, it
Easter's in
is in
April. Yeah.
April.
Yeah.
So you would think you would start seeing, Easter things popping up or,
Right. Right. Because that's why I decided that I was going to go ahead and do this flea market type there in March because then it would cover for Easter, Mother's Day, and all that because there's nothing really even in May around here. So in June there is. There's several in June,
yeah.
but
But there
April
are
and
probably
May.
already established events, aren't they?
The one no, the two that I am thinking of right now are not,
Mm.
but then there are others, yes, they are for the May and June. But the one for May is already past Mother's Day. I think it's past Mother's Day, or unless no, wait a
I,
minute. The one that I'm thinking of for in May and June, yeah, May. There is one in May that's at the mall, but I think it's the weekend of Mother's Day. So,
yeah. I don't know about
but that's
you,
the
but
only one as far as May goes, I think, right now.
Just keep going, just keep going.
Because there's one in June that is just at, there's a family that's local that I went ahead and got information on, but I don't know if I'm going to do it or not because, again, it's an outdoor event. Don't know if I want to mess with getting a tent, doing all the things, and then finding out I don't like it, all the things, blah, 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 you know.
I don't think unless
And
you have a helper, you're not gonna like doing a tent.
exactly, I'm not. And so, anyway, I probably am not going to do it, but it's at this family farm that they're having vendors come, and it's like a 3-day event
Ooh,
for
wow.
$20.
Oh. Well, it would be worth the risk since it's only $20, but I would definitely suggest that you have somebody to help you set it up and take it down.
Yeah. I mean, because I don't want to do that all by myself.
Right?
And yeah, and the thing is, I don't know how it's going to be every day of having everything. I'm not going to want to leave everything set out overnight,
We don't
really, as how I feel. I mean, so I don't,
we when we do do something like that where you can't just well you can, but you can't just pack up your tent every night and leave and
no,
everything.
right.
We put everything back in the totes, or at least the majority of it back in the
Well,
totes.
that's what I was going to ask, if you put your stuff back in your totes.
Yeah, and then we'll lay, some of the stuff if we're not too worried about it walking off, we might lay it to the table on the inside because what we do is we put up the stuff that we want to get put up and then we pull that to the tables to the inside of the booth and then we drop the booth down as far as it'll go. Then it's not catching the wind as bad. And then we also,
Oh, yeah.
we because I always tie my weight up into the canopy. I don't just set it there. I tie it up in the where your legs like this and your your beam or
Yeah,
whatever comes down.
right,
I tie it on that because then it holds the top of the canopy, not just the bottom. So when we drop
right,
that down, I I cinch that up.
right,
So then that way it holds it, but it gets it at a lower playing field while you're gone. If you have
right.
to leave it overnight or whatnot. Hello.
Yeah. Well, and it would make sense, so then it isn't going to be as near as a risk of toppling.
Right. And your displays, you just lay them down or, whatever,
Right,
whatever way you need to do it. Or like ours had a high enough center in the canopy that we just, were able to, the ones that we couldn't lay down, we could just put in that center part. And then when we brought it down,
right.
it was still okay.
Yeah,
Cause that's my thing is going off and leaving it overnight and a storm come up because the event
yes.
yeah, the event that they have in here in town, guarantee it, every time a storm is going to come ripping through there and it's gonna take out tents and all kinds of stuff.
Yeah.
Year before last, I don't know how much paparazzi got washed down the storm drain.
Oh my gosh. Yeah.
Yeah, because when I showed up to put the booth up, it was all laying there by the storm drain.
Oh boy.
They had Somebody had come
Yikes.
along and picked up as much as they tried to help her out, but they didn't get it
Yeah.
all. And tents were blown over, and it's like I don't know what the deal is with this event, but it happens every year because I
Every
won't leave
time.
my tent.
Yeah.
I won't leave my stuff. Now last year we did it. Let's see. I think the first day it was real windy, and then the next 2 days it rained on us.
Mm,
But I was like, I don't care. I'm packing it up and I'm taking it home because I know what happens down here.
right.
And yeah, I was all of 2 minutes away from it. But,
Yeah.
if I'm dead asleep, I'm not going to know that storm's ripping through
Oh,
there.
right. Exactly. Exactly. And all that money, just down the drain,
Yeah. Hello.
and time. Hello.
I guess we ought to pay attention. I'm making a doll bag to put a little doll in. I'm almost done with it. I'm just finishing the strap.
Straps. Yeah, and I'm still working on my blanket. We talking tornadoes. Oh,
Kind of,
talk of
sort of.
weather.
It's
Kind
not
of,
been
yeah.
like an actual tornado, but it was definitely straight line winds and flooding.
Yeah. Ugh.
So yeah, I'm not, and I'm literally 2 minutes away from where they set up for the thing. So
Yeah.
it's not like I had to drive an hour to it. No, I did one that was half an hour away from us, and they had you come Thursday night to set up because of the way they set up their fair. They closed the roads off, so you couldn't like show up Friday morning and get in
Mhm.
there and set it up because they have all the roads and everything shut down. You want to talk about some
Right.
anxiety? Whew, that was a tough one to work through. Oh
Oh no.
man, I was like,
Yeah.
oh, cause that bugged me.
Yeah.
Everything was fine, but just the whole idea of leaving it there
Right. Right.
because I'm trying to think. I think we went down there about no, we went down after 6 because the food trucks. Now, anybody that had a trailer, so like food trucks or if you had a trailer that you opened up or whatever, they all got in there
Right.
first so they could get them maneuvered. And then the
Yeah.
regular rest of the vendors came in at 6 and set up. Well, if it only takes you an hour, you're out of there by 7. So there's all the rest of the night for that to sit there, and you could come back at
Mm.
any time on Friday, but it didn't start till 4.
Oh wow.
So you had all that time, your stuff just be sitting there hanging out.
Oh god.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I didn't,
Yeah,
I set up
that
the
would
yeah,
cause
I set up
anxiety.
the tables, the canopy, and put the displays there, but I left everything in the totes. I didn't set the totes up, and then I made sure it was dropped down and tied because you're on
Yeah.
pavement, so you ain't got nothing to stake into.
Oh yeah, I was getting ready to say you wouldn't have anything to stake.
Hello, Carmen. Oh yeah, I was definitely stressed,
Yeah. Hey
but it
Carmen.
it all worked out. It was okay. Knock on wood. And then we get down there on Friday because they don't have school on the Friday that they have their fair. They
Oh
let the
yeah.
kid yeah, they let the that's a day off for the kids. And so we get
Okay.
back down there where our neighbors are sitting there. I'm like, well, you guys are here awfully early. And they're like, yeah, we've been here since 9 o'clock in the morning. I'm like, what?
Oh gee.
I was like,
Yeah.
yeah, a little bit of an overachiever. And anyway, but her thought was all the kids being out of school. Maybe
Oh,
they'd be
yeah.
strolling through and whatnot. Well, it didn't work
Yeah.
out that way, because the fair's closed. It hasn't started
Uh-huh.
yet.
Yeah.
Yeah, but she said the year before they did that same thing and made quite a few sales.
Oh, wow.
So I don't know. I don't know. But I was like, well, at least she was sitting there. She could watch our stuff.
Right.
Because, everybody just kind of watches out for everybody.
Oh, yeah. And that has been my experience so far, that I've been placed by people that have been really good about that and that you could trust and stuff.
We have one event that we do. I don't know why this lady even sets up her booth. She cracks me up. I get pure enjoyment out of watching her because she's just so carefree. She's just like, I'm going to do what I want to do, and I don't care if buy something or not. I mean, that's just her,
Yeah.
the way she is. She wants to go swing on the swing set. Well, by gosh, that's where you'll find her if a customer shows up. Because they got a giant swing set out
Oh
there.
my gosh.
And
Yeah.
she'll be out there just swinging right away with the kids, and you can't help but just be happy seeing her. Just she is thoroughly enjoying herself the way
Mm,
people
yeah.
ought to do more. And
Right.
it's just like this last time I was like, I don't know how many sales that lady lost because there was actually a lot of people, that go in her booth and looking, to the point I'm like starting to have a panic attack of, would you just come back here and make money and quit having fun?
Oh my gosh.
And inevitably, she'd always come strolling back in after they'd left, or the rush was over
Right.
or whatever. She didn't care. She was out there having a time of her life.
Right.
Oh, very disappointed when she didn't show up at the one event. She's very, yeah. Some people can
Well,
take
maybe that's
lessons
her
from her.
excuse to go so she can swing on the swings.
Yeah.
Oh,
Oh, yeah. And I've seen her outside of the events, and um she I think the one time she had somebody, anyway, they didn't believe that's what she did when she was there, and we got to talking, and that got brought up, and I'm like, "Oh, no, she'll even get in the train and ride it too."
oh
Because they have,
gosh.
the little train car barrel cars that they hook up behind the
Yeah.
lawnmower? She's in.
Yeah.
She'll ride it.
Oh my gosh.
It's like, I'm not gonna get in something like that because 'cause I'll get a beat all to crap, but I sure enjoy her going and doing it for me.
Right, right. Live vicariously through her.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, a past client of mine, her husband, made some of those for their grandkids. They've been waiting for grandbabies forever, and they got a set of twins, and then they had two more, and just like two more, then grandkids come right after that. And so he had made those little barrel, little train thing for them. And so she had sent me a video, and he did a really good job on him. It was really cute.
Yeah. I always thought it'd be neat to have them, but then my kids grew up before I got them.
Right. Oh, the ideas, right?
Oh, yeah. I think they would have had fun with them.
Oh, yeah. Okay, well, I'm at a stopping point, so
Yeah, I'm tucking in ends.
are you?
Yeah. Yep. I said, well, little small kids
Okay.
getting this one.
Right? Just gonna have to call it good. So
Yeah,
hey, I made a little bit of more progress because I was
you
written
did.
down to here, so
Yeah, that's quite a bit, and I like that color better.
I do too. I do too.
Oh man, I just found another end.
Oh no.
Just anything. It's all right. We only have ends to tuck in, and then we have another thing done.
Right. Right. Am I still figuring it out? Oh, oops.
I know, right? I feel like mine's gonna start running any given minute. Like it's just hanging out
Yeah, and
waiting.
that's what it's felt like. It's just like, and then it just, I don't know.
It's like you need to blow your nose, but nothing's there to. It's just
Yes.
hanging out,
That,
waiting
yes.
right
Thank
there,
you.
staying there.
Thank you. That is what it feels like. And then it makes it itchy feeling too.
Uh huh. Well, earlier my nose got to itching, but my polyfill got stirred up. So I was like, great. Is it blowing over here, getting on my nose, or is my nose
Right.
actually what was it?
Right.
Somebody's thinking about you if your nose starts itching?
Yeah. I think
Isn't
it's
that what
something
it is?
like that.
It's probably what was that name? Do you know who this is?
Oh,
Is that what
right. You know who this is, right? Yes.
or just a demon?
Oh gosh. Well, the thing is, as soon as I seen the thumbtack, it was like, I don't know why, but
I can't see I mean, I can see it, but to tell you
yeah.
the detail in that circle, it's too small. So, and the
Well,
thumbtack, I don't.
I had to, do my glasses still, and then I could
Yeah.
kind of make it out on the screen, but on that newfangled TV that I have, I can see it up there
Got
a
all them
little
people
bit.
that are talking in it.
So anyway, I can kind of make it out from there, and then whenever they made reference to the eye, it's like, yeah,
We'll discuss further later
yeah.
because you never know.
Oh, I know. So,
Oh
so
my gosh. What we're going to do is get this last end in and tie a knot. I just got to tie a knot.
that's all I gotta do.
That's all I got to do. It's like it's rebelling.
Right. Well,
I
I
was
got the
going to.
stuff finished that I wanted to get finished up so I could start on um my Sonic. So
Oh,
hopefully I'll
yeah.
get that started sometime tomorrow. So because I got all my other extra little stuff done, and then this that I got done, and so yeah, I'm gonna have to get that Sonic busted out. So
Yeah, in the that'll
Darth
be
Vader's put on hold until Sonic is done. So
well, and Sonic could be easy or not. You just don't.
right, right. I don't know until I get into it. So the patterns seem to be fairly easy. But that doesn't, I mean, me reading through it and kind of trying to mentally think about it as I'm,
See, that's why I
is
don't
different
like
than actually
reading
doing it.
patterns.
Yeah.
You know how they always say read your pattern before you. I can't. I can't do it. Now there
I
have
don't
been
do it
many.
all the time.
Yeah, there have been many a times that I should have read that next sentence.
Yeah. Yeah.
But I'm not gonna
Right.
because I do just like exactly what you just said. I start mentally working it, and I start going,
Hmm.
"That doesn't work. That's not gonna work." And I'm working it all in my head when I should have been doing it with my hands and trusting the
Right.
process. But I've
Right.
already
And that's just the
stopped.
thing. Me looking
Right,
at it, it could be totally different, than me trying to mentally figure it out.
right.
So, and like I said, I don't do that all the time, but for this, I'm kind of like, I just want to kind of look through it just to see if there's
No,
anything funky that I feel like's funky, and
well,
so
anymore
far
you
it doesn't
almost have
seem to
to,
be. Yeah, yeah, a
just
little bit.
kind of. Well, you
Because usually, do you agree with, I mean, about 3 rows in, if it's going south.
yeah.
I mean, for some of them, honestly, you don't get much past row 3, and you can tell that something's not going to go right. So that's kind of what I wanted to make sure of because it was a pattern that I found, and I didn't pay for it, but it was the closest that I found that I thought would look the most like Sonic. And if I wanted to put my spin on it, that would be easy enough maybe to do. So, because there were some patterns that I found that were for free that it was like, okay, no, that pattern does not look anything like a
I was gonna
Sonic.
say you're taking a big risk getting a free pattern for Sonic, but
But
you
there is
also
one that
have the.
I have that I have in my cart to buy. So,
There we
oh
go.
yeah,
I
got
finished it.
it. Yay.
Has a
Yeah,
little
that'll be
knot.
cute. That's gonna be cute. Yep. But yes, I
Um,
do have one in my cart to buy if I start
if it
in and
runs,
feel
goes
like it's
awry.
not gonna go, then hi, first timer, chat away, ladies. Well, we're kind of winding down, Susan. Sorry.
John is starting to yawn.
Yes, and we're going on 5 hours.
Are you serious?
Yeah.
How do you know that? I've got 58 minutes. I was waiting. I was waiting for somebody to say something and be like, "You just hush. We've only been on here half an hour."
Oh gosh. It doesn't feel like 5 hours, but
No, it doesn't. And I should
yes,
not
it
have taken
does.
5 hours to make this. This thing's now $100 item.
That $20 an hour you're working for there.
That's right. That's right. Oh, we got to figure in material costs, and I know this is real expensive yarn. So, what 120? Because material cost, and I got to factor
Right.
in my hooks. Have you seen that? Have you
Right.
seen that yet? Where they say
Oh,
you need
gee.
to factor in the cost of your hooks and all that, and it's like, and
Yeah.
and then yeah, and I'm just like,
Paying for
okay,
your
well,
hooks 5 times over? I mean, really? Yeah.
that's your
No.
tax deduction,
Yeah.
you
Yeah.
know.
And that's what I was telling Whitney that tonight, earlier this evening and stuff, because he was like, "You really need to get your stuff together for taxes." And I said, "It'll be fine. And because I have a way of doing them for whenever I was nail tech, that stuff's pretty well set. There are stuff that I still need to do a little bit, but still. But I said, like for my stuff for the other part of my business, for the crocheting and stuff, I said, Yeah, I have everything together for it, but it's going to be a little bit more me like, okay, doing the numbers and whatever, because I said I can write off all of this stuff,
Yeah,
So I was
yeah.
like, I'm not worried about it, but it's just rounding up all my
See,
stuff because,
okay,
like I
so
said, I have everything in a bucket.
yeah,
So,
I don't know. I'm I don't know. Have you seen the ones they collect sales tax? I want to know what sales tax they're collecting. Are they collecting
yeah,
the city? Are they collecting the county? Are they collecting the state? What sales tax exactly are they
all of it.
collecting?
Yeah, because
Because,
some of
you
them I
know,
wouldn't doubt it if they're collecting more than one sales tax. So it wouldn't
and that's
surprise
all
me.
finding good, but if they're doing it under the sole purpose of they're worried about having to pay taxes, well, what are they should be claiming their, oh my God, it's another end. All their deductibles and stuff. I
Right? Yeah.
don't
Yeah,
like,
I don't charge sales tax. So
I don't
my
either.
cost, everything's boom. I'm not gonna mess with it. So
I don't, unless it's something like the one fair that we did, you had to pay county tax.
oh
Okay.
yeah.
That's
Okay.
fine and good, but otherwise it's I don't know. And then someone was telling me that you have to pay if you collect tax, you have to pay it every so often, or you start
Oh,
getting
quarterly.
fines is it
Yeah.
quarterly?
Yeah, I think
Um,
so.
I don't know, but that's what I was kind of pondering was if they're collecting it to get out of paying taxes, they probably ought to think harder about their deductions they got going on.
Right. Yeah, because the way I figure it, it's like I mean, the prices I have are covering all my cost. Because I'm already gonna have to pay on it later. I already know that. So I'm already, to me, the way I have things priced, I'm already recouping that anyway. So I'm not
You
too worried
buying your
about
yarn
doing the sale.
recouped it.
Right, that's what I'm saying. So I mean, it's like even for my pricing and everything, all that cost is already figured in because I've already paid the sell. You're right. I've already paid
Right.
the sales tax on my product, that I'm buying. So it's like I'm pricing it accordingly. So yeah.
Yeah. I don't know. It's just got
Um,
me thinking because there's that one girl is always talking about she collected tax. It's like, well, you cannot count that as I made this much at this event
Right,
and then have it, well, I collected this much in sales tax. Well, that's totally separate from what you
right,
made.
right,
And
right.
because you didn't pay that, they did. So, because there's something funky about the way she says it, and it bothers me every time because I'm like, you didn't pay the sales tax. The people, your customers, paid the sales tax. You just had to turn it
Right,
in. But there's
right.
something about the way she says it that just bothers me. It's kind of like a little red flag going off, but I can't
Yeah,
figure out why, if it's how she's wording it or how her thinking, I don't know. But there's something just there that I'm like, that's not how that works. You are
yeah,
not paying
right.
taxes on it if you're collecting sales tax.
Right, because that money, if she's collecting sales tax, should be set back for her to pay on her taxes.
Uh huh.
I mean, that's not an income for her. That's not to make extra money. That's being dishonest if she's doing it and not
Yeah.
claiming it
And
as
I'm
such.
pretty
You know what
sure
I'm saying?
she's claiming it, but she's making it sound like her profit is more because she collected that much in sales tax. Does that
Yeah.
make more
Well,
sense?
and yes, and that's
Okay.
why I said what I said, because it makes me wonder. That's why it's making me wonder. But like you said, it's the way she words it, and maybe it's not what she's intending it to sound like. but that's
I
why I
think
said
she's
what I said
intending
because
it
it
to make
makes,
it sound like she made more money at
like
the
she's
event than
right,
what she
right,
actually
yeah,
did, and it's just like,
yeah,
that's just kind of misleading for people trying to learn,
true.
you know? I don't know. There's just something there that I ain't put my finger on it. I'll
Yeah,
figure it out sooner or later. But I'm just like,
right,
that's not how that works, sweetie. That doesn't work that way.
right, right.
Okay, it's done. 5 hours. That's pathetic. I'm throwing that book out.
The never-ending bag, the 5-hour bag.
I know. See, that's earlier when I was talking about I don't time myself because
Yeah,
then something that feels like it took an hour, I'm now disappointed because it actually took me 3 hours. Well,
right,
that
yeah,
sure didn't feel like
yeah.
5 hours working on that same project.
No.
Oh my god.
Oh gosh. You
We did
know?
have we did have some breaks.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
All right. I
Okay,
think I'm all
well,
put up. I don't think I'm sitting on
I'm
anything. I
lurking.
think I got it all put up.
Yeah, I pretty well got my stuff all cleaned up too, so lurking and working. Well, we're getting ready to head out. So be back on tomorrow, probably in the afternoon. So I don't know what
This is
time
the
zone they're in,
Netherlands.
but
Netherlands.
Netherlands, okay. Yeah. Yeah, because I was gonna say yeah, that's the one that you said you knew already, right?
Yeah, I just found her. Well, I found because she was on here, and so I went and
Okay.
looked her up. I think it was
Okay.
time before whatever. You too.
You too, Lady Crochet.
I can't remember. I think it was the time before that she was on.
Okay. Yeah, I'll have to look her up because I don't think I've looked her up. So,
She's got a shawl she's working on right now. It's really pretty.
because I don't think looked her up. I don't know. I may find that I have. Who knows? But I don't think I did. But
Yeah.
okay. I'm figuring YouTube out. Oh, figuring YouTube out. Yeah. It's not too awful hard. There's some days that are better than others. All that, but the shawl. I also have a tutorial for it. Oh, cool. Yeah, I'll have to check you out. I'll have to go in and check you out. So, okay. Well, I'm going to go ahead and get off of here, and I will be back tomorrow at some point in time, probably in the afternoon, like at 1 or so, something like that, maybe. So we'll see. We'll see what happens. We may be at the farmhouse. We may not be. I don't know. We'll see.
Yeah. Well,
So,
if I don't show up, you know what I'm doing.
yep.
Because I gotta still. It'll just be a day.
Well, and you're preparing again for another round and everything, and just yeah, you have other stuff going
Yeah,
on
that's why
too.
I
So
say I gotta take all that stuff out and reorganize it. So
right,
depending on what the weather is like, we'll decide when I'm actually
yeah.
doing that. You may be riding around in my coat pocket.
Hey, that's all right. Take me wherever you want to take me. Oh gosh. Excuse me. Okay. Okay. Well, thanks for hanging out with me tonight. So
Well, thank you. I was
yeah,
needing somebody to.
chatty chat with.
I was like, I need some downtime. I'm done. I am so over this day.
Well, I'm glad it made you feel better.
You got the
Hopefully. So.
memo. You got the memo. Trying to save me.
Right. Oh gosh. Yeah. Anytime, anytime. So, okay. Well, we will talk again soon. So, if I don't see you tomorrow or whatever, I'm sure Saturday something probably. So, So,
Yeah. I'll probably have a lot of stories Saturday. I'll let you know.
give me your update. Give me all your
Yeah.
updates. So. Write them down. You need to take your
Yeah,
notes
I
and
know.
write
I'm
them
like,
down.
I want to come back and be like, okay, I got it. And I didn't lose the piece of paper.
Right. Oh gosh. Yeah. It'll be good. It'll be good. So okay. Okay. Well, I'll let you go. And
All
thanks
right.
everybody for hanging out. Love you. Take care. We will talk soon. Bye.